Jesus Christ. Boo. Oh my goodness. Oh my days. I don't know if this angle's any good.
Turn off my cringe inhibitors.
That's cool.
Do it. Okay. I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
This is so true and so real, dude. Holy guacamole, dude. My god. My cringe inhibitors are off. It's over for me. Alright. What's up, Five Blitzer? I swear I don't feel as sick as I used to, okay? It's fine. It's just phlegm. It's all just phlegm. Takes a cough suppressant just to not cough while streaming. Takes a lozenge. Oh, man.
Put this.
True. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are you allowed to say that?
I love China.
You allowed to say Habibi? I don't know, it seems kind of racist. Gonna have to put you on a tier list. I'm just saying, you might be a little racist there, Zane. How are you feeling about the angle? This angle good? Or... which one better? It's different? It's because I'm at home. We're holding down the fort. I think this one's better. It's a little closer to my face. Not as much on the fucking bed. Can't do shit about my face, obviously. Being dark, the lighting shit in here. That's what it is. I have a ring light. A ring light would take care of this problem. Don't have one. Or I could like jerry rig some fucking lamp here. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Fuck that. Don't care. All right. Why is Dark Tide still running? I don't need that to run. No, no. Oh, one wants to see your face anyways? That's kind of rude. Yeah, well, no one wants to see your fucking booties. How about them apples? Huh? Hmm? So, like I promised today, we're going to go over the Asmongold van video first. I know it's a joke. No, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's a little banter. Okay, we're banting. Okay, don't worry about it. Oh, I'm done with Maria. Finish that planet. We'll go over Asmon's poot. That's not what that means. in this context. What the fuck are you talking about? You're being kind of cringe right now, Zane. You're being kind of cringe. You're kind of cringe maxing right now. That's fun.
Stupid fucking communist!
That's true. I'm a stupid fucking communist, folks. That's true. Fucking da boo boo. Ligma. That's why. So, okay. I wanted to ask the chat this, right? I want to ask chat this, but do we also, when we go over the God of War segment, because obviously we're gonna talk about that shit, right? Because it's silly. Do we want to go over an anti-woke grifter video in order to just make fun of them? You want to do that? I had one in mind in particular. I forget you're like you're like tiny. 5, what's sure. You've never heard of God of War? Not in the recent ones from like 2018? Massive game. Critically acclaimed. Well, God of War used to be a hack and slash. And then it became more of a narrative, more story-driven, more narrative-focused, with some element of RPG. It's kind of almost like not knowing Halo. I like Pokemon. Pokemon's pretty good. But don't ever have any Pokemon plushies. Fucking 3 IQ morons will think you're a pedophile for some reason if you have Pokemon plushies. We're gonna have to call a bunch of other adults who have Pokemon plushies in the background pedophiles or something. Some fucking retarded shit like that. I know what Halo is. Calm down. Okay. I bet you, I don't know, hump that Jigglypuff plushie or some shit. You fucking freak. Zane. That's what the bonds. God, that's so much worse. What's wrong with you? Jesus Christ. That's so much worse. Speaking of Pokemon, Pokemon Champions is getting a patch. And all they're doing is bringing in 2 new Pokemon. They are bringing in Mega Raichu X and Mega Raichu Y, which means we know their abilities. Alright. Relax. Alright there. You do relax. So with Mega Raichu X and Y being in existence right now, that means we have their abilities and stuff, which is fun. Raichu X gets Electric Surge, which fine. I don't think it's good still. I still think it's bad in singles. Gonna be decent in doubles, I think. Whereas with Raichu Y, it gets no guard. Which is actually interesting. Obviously, if it had, whatchamacallit? Electric Terrain, it'd be a incredibly potent, strong special attacker. Base 160 attack with the terrain, giving it an extra, significant oomph. We got No Guard instead. Now you may be wondering, well, Daho, what does No Guard do? No Guard essentially stipulates that the Pokemon conducts no accuracy checks. That is a very strange thing to say, Five Blitzer. So, No Guard on Raichu is actually pretty good. It has a lot of inaccurate moves that it can take advantage of, like Thunder, Electro Web, which is pretty decent for doubles, not terrible for doubles. But more important, and as well as like T-Wave and stuff. But those are like those are the fucking pussy ass examples, okay? Those are the cowardly shit examples. The real shit is the ability to use Zap Cannon without any accuracy checks. Now, for those who don't know, Zap Cannon is a base 120 power move with 50 accuracy. It's literally a coin flip on whether you hit it or not. With Pokemon, that's not the case, but whatever. But it's literally a coin flip on if you hit it or not. No Guard gets rid of that stipulation. Now you may be wondering, well, Daho, 50% accuracy just for 120 power, that doesn't seem particularly impressive. If Zap Cannon hits its target, it is guaranteed paralysis, which is really strong. So, we're talking about a Pokemon with base 160 special attack, with a 120 base power move, where if it had Electric Terrain and it used Thunderbolt, would hit about 117 power. So Zap Cannon is stronger. With 120 base power, guaranteed to paralyze on a Pokemon with 130 base speed. And it has good coverage with Nasty Plot. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. It'll see play. It'll be good. It's really fast. It's really strong. 160 is a lot of special attack. Like, really strong. And yeah, it's really fast. It's really strong. It has Nasty Plot. It's pretty much got all the tools to probably be successful. It's not perfect. It doesn't have like ice coverage or whatever, but still. It is pretty good. All things considered. It'll be a performer. That's for certain. In singles. In doubles, not so much. Because the environment is just bad for it. It's way too frail. Whatever. So, the Raichu, Raichu X will probably still see play, probably in singles, because it's a better terrain setter in comparison to, no, Mewtwo's special attack is higher than 120. It's 154, I'm pretty sure. It's not 120. So, like, 120, that's probably special defense. Mewtwo's special attack's not that high. So about to say, Mega Mewtwo Y's special attack goes to 194. Like, I'm pretty sure it's not that low. 120? Is it only 120? No, I'm right. It's 154. I was about to say, 120 special attack Mewtwo? There's no... It's not that low. No, it's 154. I just looked it up. So put some respect on that, man. Oh, no. This thing used to have 154 special. That's why it was like a complete menace to society in the original Pokemon games, because it had effectively both 154 special attack and special defense, and it got +2 on both of those fucking stats. Yeah, Clay, it's been rather eventful. We're just talking about some of the stuff. Or we're starting to talk about this stuff. Trying to get the small stuff out of the way. Speaking of the small stuff, Saikuno is back. He's made his return. His first appearance on stream. And basically, seemingly, like, I think he's kind of reading from a script a little bit. This is a vibe he's given off. I have no evidence for this. But he said, I've been working on myself and repairing the damage I've done to my girlfriend in our relationship. What I did to her was horrible. I regret doing it so much. That's about it. Yeah, that's it. We'll talk about the New York Post stuff tomorrow. Because that was funny. Because, like, Ethan Klein said it was a good article, which is really funny. This is how Hasan is a creep. And all it is basically... I mean, his house got doxxed. The only thing that they said is he has a separate laptop for porn. How dare he? And it's just like, okay. Maybe he could teach Vosh a thing or two. Alright. Well, I'm probably going to come away with it being like, wow, this is the biggest nothing burger I have ever seen. It's like, does the New York Post also got a bunch of eyes on Hasan, like looking at him like this or something, you know? Doing the fucking owl eyes, but ain't seen shit or something? I mean, like, who cares about fucking Ethan Klein? He's basically worthless. Oh, you Gen 1ers. Back in my day, my game matters that your speed stat Gave you critical hit ratio. Just like, holy shit, this is fucking broken as fuck. Back in my day, special attack and special defense were one stat. It's like, oh my god, it's fucking busted. For certain Pokemon. For other ones, it's kind of whatever. It's a speed stat. Your speed stat, one of the mechanics of Gen 1 is that your speed stat gave you critical hit ratio. So the faster you were, the more often you would critical hit. Yeah, we listen. Yeah, we get it. You overleveled your Pokemon. I mean, generally speaking, no. You're supposed to have like a team. It's like 6 Pokemon. You know, at the same time, nah. I mean, you could just go ahead with one Pokemon, just be like, man, whatever, just fucking YOLO swag. You know, you're supposed to have a team strategy put together. Set of Pokemon that helps you cover weaknesses and stuff. I mean, you know, just YOLO swag 420. That's also fine as well. I mean, just solo Swampert, for example, in Gen 3 is viable enough, to be honest, because basically the only grass type you have to contend with is Mewtwo, and that's like the only difficult fight in any Gen 3 game for Marshtomp is just Mewtwo. That's it. Because by the time you get to the next May fight after Mewtwo, you're going to have Ice Beam, and you're probably going to be Swampert and heavily overleveled, and you'll be fine. So then May is like not a concern anymore. Oh, and you'll have your hands on Ice Beam at that moment. Once you hit May 3. And then May, who cares? Who the fuck cares about May? And the Winona fight becomes extremely easy. Alright. Let's get started with the content. We have a lot to cover. We got a lot to talk about. A lot to go over. Let's get her started. Let's get her started with the Asmongold fan video. Deal with a quick attack for Flamination. I don't like that Tactical Templar is not getting constantly fucking recommended to me. I'm a fucking goddamn main YouTube account. I don't want to look at this. Get out of here. I'm not interested. Shoo shoo. Someone who did an interview on an Asmongold fan. Calm your shit. Alright. Let's get started. So, I was made aware of this video by a YouTube chatter named Clay. Shout out to Clay. And I've talked about this before. Anytime I talk about Asmongold, I'm just so curious. What do his fans think of him? Right? Because I'm going to come at this from probably like multiple camps. Or there are probably multiple camps where this comes at. If I were to take a guess. People who are definitely racist. Definitely racist. There's probably a bunch of those in his fucking audience. The collection of dipshits who basically pushed Asmongold, I would say, into this direction, I think, for like lack of a better term. And also the... probably like I don't know if he has like a lot of former fans in his audience anymore. Like... The people who found him as like a genuinely sort of like entertaining character to watch, like for his like antics in video games and whatnot, back when he pretended to be more of a fucking centrist to seem more palatable to a larger sort of set of audiences. So I didn't like I got recommended rather this video by my chatter Clay. Shoutouts to Clay, of course. Here by Stephen Asark. Asark? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. But Stephen here interviewed, I presume from the name of the title, some Asmongold fans, and I believe even Hasan watched this on his stream as well. So I am, shall we say, rather fucking curious. Why don't we take a look, see what's up exactly?
Asmongold is the undisputed roach king of Twitch.
If I had my way, I would disenfranchise 85% of the population instantly. You cannot trust people that can't come to the conclusion that there are two genders. At the end of the day, they want to come off on the side of...
I mean, that's it. Like, honestly, Clay, Armor and Quills, not Clay. Armor and Quills. I'm going to be honest. I mean, if you've engaged with a lot of these people, to be honest... And I've had more than enough experience dealing with a lot of Asmongold fans and people, mostly like on Twitter and social media. These people are just that psychotic, to be honest.
Of illiterate, un-American immigrant Somalians rather than actual Americans.
Every day, tens of thousands of people watch and play video games, doom scroll on X, and talk about politics.
I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives.
For the average person...
By the way, that should have just been like... Anyone with like half a brain cell, that should have been like an automatic fucking turn away from Asmongold. Because he just made it very clear that... He is a pseudo-intellectual. He is just a hack. He doesn't actually believe in really much of anything besides like whatever schizophrenic nonsense he sees on his Twitter feed and also on his subreddit as well. And he's not willing to like look up or research anything.
That doesn't know much about live streaming or World of Warcraft, they know who Asmongold is because of clips like those.
I don't think that I do have a lack of empathy. It's just that I have a moral compass. It just doesn't point north.
I've been a digital culture reporter for the past decade, studying every facet of Twitch, YouTube, and influencer culture. And I've watched Asmongold go from a fairly small World of Warcraft guide creator into the largest political creator on a lot of platforms.
If I had my way, I would disenfranchise 85% of the population instantly. I would take away their right to vote.
And I wanted to know why. When I watch Asmongold, I just get uncomfortable.
Think about how close Kamala Harris came to winning the presidency, and then tell me that democracy is a good idea.
Things he says are so explicit and over the top that they really don't make sense to me.
Islamophobia is real, actually. It's not. It's not real. Always freak out, always melt down, always overreact, and never leave your opponent any breathing room, ever.
So I spent the past 6 months investigating Asmongold, figuring out why people like him. So I went directly to his viewers, a lot of whom I spoke to on X, and a few even agreed to Discord calls with me. What I learned is that the average Asmongold viewer is a complex individual who doesn't understand why the world is the way it is, but blames DEI and women for the problems that they experience. They are full...
About what I expected, yes. And that's the sort of sleight of hand that a lot of these morons, generally speaking, play on, I'll be quite honest, people who are just not educated. Yeah, people who are just not educated. Like, that's really about it. And I've interacted with enough Asmongold viewers to know that these people are just, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Like, I'm going to be honest. Honestly, I assumed it was a bit at first, that he was intentionally parodying reactionaries by being a mouth breather living in a pigsty. Okay, let me actually give you the Asmongold sort of story, because I have an idea. I kind of know his story. So obviously he used to be a smaller content creator. He did World of Warcraft guides, and eventually he gained prominence, live streaming, yada yada yada, mostly World of Warcraft and shit like that, playing games, blah 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 blah. And this was probably around like COVID 2019, 2020, when Twitch polls started to rise. Asmongold was actually a moderator of one of the more infamous tag team debates that happened on Twitch, specifically on the Scuffed podcast. I'm not sure. Actually, was this on Twitch? I don't remember if it's on Twitch. But there was a 2-on-2 debate between both not Asmongold, but Destiny and Hasan, and Sargon of Akkad and Nick Fuentes. And this was hosted on Trainwreck's podcast, where Trainwrecks and Asmongold were moderating. And if I recall correctly, they actually were not terrible moderators. They were fine. Like, and this was when like Asmongold was more of like a centrist, basically. And then what happened was, this was around 2020 to 2023, Asmongold started watching a lot of the anti-woke content creators. Specifically, I think it started with Yellow Flash Guy. Now, for those who don't know who Yellow Flash Guy is, and this was also right around the time when Pink Sparkles and also his girlfriend left him, because he's just like living in a pile of his own shit, basically. So his relationships fell apart, and he started falling down the proverbial rabbit hole, basically. That's what more or less happened, right? Yes, he fell down the hole, but you escaped. It could have been you. That's true, Zane. So he started watching a lot more anti-woke content as a byproduct of him losing his fucking relationships. It started specifically, I believe it was with Yellow Flash Guy. There was a Xanderhall video about this. Yellow Flash Guy, for those who don't know, is just your standard dumb fuck right-wing anti-woke content creator. Very stupid, not much interesting with Yellow Flash Guy. We don't need to further comment on Yellow Flash Guy. It's unnecessary. So he started watching a lot more of these anti-woke content creators, and as a byproduct started falling down the rabbit hole. Very, very similarly to how it worked in Gamergate around 2014, right? A lot of these like more centrist normie creators, they start to parrot or watch a lot of the talking points that the far right-wing grifters would have constantly. And what happened consistently as a byproduct of that is that the right-wingers very often would go in and show up in those people's chats, in those people's channels. Consistently. They go in there, they start love bombing them, and giving them a bunch of praise and all this fucking bullshit, right? Saying like, oh my god, you're so great, you're so cool, for engaging with our, like, dumb fuck idiot, like, anti-woke grifter, or whatever, right? What have you, obviously. So, as a result of that, a lot of people, because of getting love bombed by these guys, and this is explicitly a fucking grooming technique, by the way, political grooming, of course, explicitly because of this, a lot of those guys would also start to parrot a lot of the far-right, insane, stupid bullshit that was being given to them by these viewers, by these fucking content creators. And it started a bit of a snowball effect. A bit of a snowball, basically. Where a lot more just dumbass, anti-woke bullshit was being consistently fucking parroted. Over and over and over again. And it was always the same bullshit. It was always fucking stupid. It was always really dumb. Yada, yada, yada. Right? Like, we don't really need to mincemeat our words, to be honest. I have very, very little respect for anti-woke content creators. their content is fucking dog shit. Yeah, right? I don't think we have to. I don't give a shit. And as a result of him falling down the proverbial rabbit hole, he then became the creator that he is now. Very stupid, very anti-woke, constantly blaming DEI and everything else in the world on that specifically, and also just parroting a lot of, shall we say, more far right-wing, very, very sussy points as well, that make you go like, Asmongold, you saying these things is not good for these particular reasons. And now we're here with him being the largest political content creator on, well, Twitch. I was going to say on the planet. It's not on the planet, but yeah, specifically on Twitch. Yeah, and he's the far right-wing dipshit that we have today.
Full of distrust and hate, but I think there's still hope here, because even in Asmongold's like disgusting diatribe, there are some pieces that I agree with.
$5 or $10 million should be the amount of money that you should be looking at people that have more than that and being like, why aren't you paying more and why aren't you giving out more of your money?
So thanks for coming and welcome to my channel. This is Stephen A. Starch Talks.
Again, whenever you have somebody, I saw a tweet, 4,000 followers journalist crashing out because Asmongold fans don't want to talk. What's this? Let me pull it up. About a month or so back, I asked any Asmongold fans to meet me in the real world. What?
They have like a perception of him like he's
Oh, I think I remember that tweet. That was him. I think I remember that actually happening, where Steven was just like, oh, I'm gonna see if I can actually like talk with any of these people. I guess he actually got some of them to talk. Huh, interesting. Huh, that's very interesting.
he's like some sheltered hermit, like Jedi wizard that knows everything in the world, despite him not actually interacting with it.
I genuinely believe there are people
he doesn't know
gaming
shit.
things, and I'm so worried that they're getting radicalized by Twitch's most powerful and least researched streamer. Let's go ahead and research. Let's look this person up and see what they've said about me.
Yeah, it would be poor research because he's not doing any research at all. He's literally just picking up a video and watching it.
So there's not even a
Is this
single
true?
actual criticism that this person has for me.
When I hear Asmongold saying, you know, provocative, intense things like, I don't know, certain groups of people need to be put in a mental institution, or he doesn't express that much empathy for people dying, you know, things like that. I'm not listening because I necessarily share that exact belief system as he does.
I don't have to go for trust, and I don't write hit.
Wait, hold on. Then why the fuck would you... Okay. Why would you listen then? That's the immediate question that I have. Like, why? Then why? What's the point then? Because, like, what else does he talk about? What else does he do with his platform? Besides just espouse, like, the most nonsensical fucking bullshit and lie all the time. Gets fact-checked consistently on his lies, and then just continues to lie as if, like, nothing's really changed whatsoever. So, like, what's the point then? Okay, whatever.
Hit pieces. I try to write my stories from a place of understanding. The understanding is basically saying that I'm an edgelord and I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, sure. Yeah, obviously nobody's going to engage with them. Definitely.
So who
Sure,
is Zach
totally.
Foid, known as Asmongold? Born in Austin, Texas in 1990, Asmongold grew up in relative poverty, with two parents who really struggled to get by.
Things could have been worse for me, but yeah, we were very poor. Like, she made under poverty, like, every year, basically. I grew up in a house where my mom never really had a job, and we grew up in poverty. And my dad helped me
Hearthstone
out a bit,
music.
and he made sure that the lights stayed on, but that was about it.
He was obsessed with video games from a young age. In a rare interview from 2016, he tells a story of how he was running around with his friends pretending to be Halo Spartans, and that's where the name came from, and it just stuck. Asmongold never really wanted to do anything in life. He never really had any aspirations for anything grander than what he had. He describes his existence as just something that he did in order to get by. Video games were his main focus, and he wanted to do anything so that he didn't have to get a real job.
That was one of the reasons why I didn't have a job, is I didn't want one. Like, all I really wanted to do was collect government welfare and jerk off and play video games.
And as a dork/nerd/gamer,
That's really funny that he fucking says that. And now he complains about fucking black people being welfare queens on his fucking channel. That's fucking incredible. Oh, man, dude. Alright, man. So fucking stupid, bro.
myself, it's something I entirely understand. I got started in journalism, writing guides for League of Legends, because I didn't want to have to actually work. So I entirely relate to Asmongold on that point. Asmongold had a few jobs. He worked for the IRS and a few other smaller places. But his real love was World of Warcraft. It was a game.
Wait, did he actually work for the Really? He worked for the... Huh. Okay, fascinating.
that he dedicated his whole life to. He became one of the best warriors in the entire game, and decided it would be a good idea to post YouTube guides on how to be the best warrior and stuff like that. His channel gained some success, but not too much. He was still very niche for a while.
I was making WoW YouTube videos, and then they said you should stream, and then I started streaming. That's exactly it. It worked really well. It did. I mean, my stream popped off immediately. Like, I immediately started doing well, and so like I was like totally locked in on this. And that's all I would do.
But after enough time on YouTube, he was able to make enough to survive.
Is that the reason why I dropped out? Is that I was making $1,500 a month, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, that is so. By the way, yeah, because he was going to college from this particular time, I believe. Because he did drop out of college, if I recall correctly, and basically what he just ended up being a streamer because of the success he was having. So yeah, it's nothing too sussy, nothing too crazy.
Okay, well, I can make a living on $1,500 a month. Why would I need more than $1,500 a month?
It wasn't until 2019 when World of Warcraft Classic came out, which took the game back to its roots of just endless grinding, where you don't need to accomplish anything in your life. You just need to play World of Warcraft all day. That Asmongold really soared in viewership. He became the main World of Warcraft streamer, and his audience ballooned in popularity.
You have a vermin problem? Hi.
A lot of people found him during this time, including
Alan Hawkswood,
a 43-year-old Australian who loved World of Warcraft.
I don't necessarily watch all his videos. I kind of dip in and out. Look, I think in a lot of I probably didn't watch him for the first few years. It's probably only really after he became big.
Alan, we spoke for about 40 minutes and seemed like a very lonely man. He has people he knows from work, but all of his friends are people he knows online.
So he's a 43-year-old dude who's very lonely and kind of terminally online. Yeah, we've seen this. We've seen shit like this happen before. Listen, something, loneliness epidemic, blah 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 blah.
A very small friend group of true friends that I've been with for 20 plus years, but that is essentially the only friends I really have.
Alan says he lives like Asmongold, a fairly gross individual. I think, you know, he made jokes at the time about having a dead rat that would smell when the sun came up, so he knew it was time to wake up.
The thing is, I used to use it.
I don't think that's a joke. I feel like, okay, you know, people say that's like a fucking joke, but I'm pretty sure that it was not a joke. I think Asmongold was being quite serious about that.
Dead rat as an alarm clock, actually, for my stream. Because basically what happened was, whenever the sun would come up, it would start cooking the corpse of the rat.
And he had bits of blood smeared on his wall from his poor hygiene, and his room was relatively disgusting.
Yeah, that's fucking... This is why, man. Jesus Christ, dude.
To be completely honest with you, I essentially live the same way. I can see, 5 cans, empty cans right now, 2 coffee bottles, there's clothes on the floor, you know what to know. I'm a messy person, so I don't see...
So, yeah, we're getting an instance of the sort of dude who basically, like, because I've said this before, Asmongold attracts a bunch of people who basically, it's like the meme with Denji in the computers, with the TV screen, rather, him smushing his face in it and saying, like, oh my god, he's just like me, for real, right? It's basically that.
I don't judge him for his hygiene.
I don't take pride living in garbage or not. It's simply something that I don't care about.
He lives in squalor and hates immigration, which he says doesn't make him a bad person. It's because he's Australian.
What's that place with the kangaroos? They couldn't get rid of them. What's it called?
It's emus. Kangaroos are native to Australia, but no, it's emus. That's what they had a war over, and they couldn't get rid of them.
Not Arizona, something like that. Australia!
Things like the Great Replacement Theory / replacing the population obviously appeals a little bit more to me because I believe it is a possibility for us, unfortunately.
Yeah, man. Wait, okay. Time the fuck. Okay, we're going on a Great Replacement Theory tangent. The idea that the government is working to try to have migration replace the native population of white countries, specifically with migrants, is fucking nonsensical, okay? What massive migration waves have happened within Australia in particular? The reason why that theory in particular gained a lot of traction, generally speaking, is for one reason and one reason only. It's because of the Syrian refugee crisis, right? And we all know with Lauren Southern, with the little fucking black stick figures replacing the little white ones, she was essentially saying that as a byproduct of the Syrian migration crisis, that governments were trying to essentially help, or were trying to take in, specifically in Europe, were trying to take a bunch of Syrian refugees in order to replace white people within European fucking countries. That's stupid. That's nonsense. We can take a look through the Syrian refugee crisis and see which countries took in the most Syrian refugees. It was Jordan, because that's one of the countries next to it. Obviously, Israel wasn't going to take in any. I believe Lebanon also took in a lot, but it wasn't one of the top ones. The next top one was specifically Turkey. The Turks. Mostly because they had a lot of interests within Syria, right? They backed HTS, which is the current running government within Syria at the moment. I forget the guy, his name. I forget the name of the current Syrian leader's name. I'm really bad with names. I've said this before. But the Turks were the ones, and I think it was also the Saudis as well, but the Turks were the main backers of his group operating in the northern parts of Syria when they were basically getting pushed back by Assad's army, and then had that all of a sudden just immediate breakout and just did the complete blitz through Syria and got to Damascus, took over Damascus, and then Syrian civil war was basically over. Basically. There's still like low intensity conflicts within Syria, there's still instabilities and problems, blah 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 blah, right? It's not that simple, obviously. So a lot of refugees within Syria traveled through Turkey straight to the Bosphorus and got into Europe that way. Now, obviously, the European Union accepted in about, I think it was about 1 million plus refugees. The Turks, I believe, were 1.7 million to 2 million, right around that number. And the Jordanians, I think, were about 1.8 million. Actually, let me double check that real quick. Oh, wow. Oh, the Turks actually took way fucking more. Jesus. Than 1.7 million. I was completely off. They took in about over half. Crazy. Here, just to take a quick look through... Just a quick look through the Wikipedia here. So, here. If we take a look through specifically the Syrian refugee crisis, right? Make it a little bigger so we can see better. About 6.8 million people were displaced. We'll go with a nice round number, make it relatively easy, right? The Turks took in about half. Over half. 3.7 million. Because most of them were trying to go up through Europe and went naturally through Turkey. So the Turks said, we'll take in most of these guys, right? The Turks took the biggest brunt. And then the next two countries, being Jordan and Lebanon, make sense. Why? They neighbor with Syria specifically. And then obviously, well, why isn't Iraq also part of the top 3? Well, it's still part of the top 5, for example. They still took in a lot, but as many people went into Iraq, generally speaking, because much more unstable country. United States, Second Gulf War, blah, 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 blah. The first Western European country that actually took in, a lot of Syrian refugees were the Germans. And if I recall correctly, the reason why the Germans took in the most was because A, they were the richest country within Europe, and B, They wanted the population. They wanted the migrant workers, specifically. Source of cheap labor. And one just popped up right in front of them. Perfect. They basically were able to solve 2 birds with 1 stone, or kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? They needed more migrant workers, and were able to do a good deed at the same time. Look at that. Lovely. Very, very cool. And then obviously, if we go through the rest of the list, it goes down significantly and significantly, mostly because a lot of these countries are way poorer, or are, in general, further away from Syria, so they didn't take in as many. Yeah, even in, well, us in Canada, we also took in a bunch because that's just kind of like our shtick as a Canada, for example. Although 70,000 is apparently an obsolete source. So we take that with a grain of salt. Yeah, the only one that, the only other European country that took in 100,000 plus Syrian refugees were the Swedes. Mostly because of also, if I were to take a guess, economic incentives, being able to have a pool of cheaper migrant labor. Very, very common thing that happens. Now, I'm going to say this right now. To all of the fucking great replacement theory dumbasses out there, if you think that about 800,000 Syrian migrants is going to be enough migrants to replace the population of Germany, we'll do it at population of Germany at 2014. Was about 81.5 million. If you think 800,000 Syrian refugees is enough to do demographic replacement of that many fucking Germans, you're delusional. You're an idiot. Like, period, end of story. That's not happening. Like, it's just not, it's a nonsense theory. The math just doesn't math. Period, end of story. Like, if you unironically believe in the Great Replacement Theory, I'm just going to think you're a complete dope. So, the Great Replacement Theory is complete fucking nonsense. And the arguments are, generally speaking, if you see the dumbasses now, they say like, oh, well, they're like building mosques in certain places that have no fucking Muslim population in there. What's up with that? And it's just like, I don't know, maybe because they want to welcome in more Muslims or more people within their city because their city is dying, right? For example, that's a thing that can happen. So they're trying to spend some money to try to incentivize a bunch of people to come over to, you know, get their economy rolling as a local economy. And they're trying to do that through migrant labor. Duh. So they have to provide amenities for them. That's how it works. But a lot of these people don't understand that.
But he's also pro-fascism.
I think, once again, as you said, the pro-fascism. But once again, in Australia, in certain regards,
Australia.
I still believe 100% we need fascism.
And Asmongold was just
Very stupid, obviously. Like, you don't need... Like, what does that even mean? Why do you need fascism? I don't even know if this guy knows what fascism fucking means. I'm going to be honest here.
there for him. He watched him multiple hours a day while he was working.
Yes,
was
same.
part of his life.
I am very different to a lot of normal people. His political takes, in a sense, I probably agreed with, say, 90% of them. In a sense, he became a news source.
In a world where streamers were standing in like...
Which is not a good thing, by the way. Asmongold consistently puts out a lot of misinformation, and when he talks about any fucking topic in particular, he has no idea what he's talking about. He just don't know. He's an idiot.
Houses and being superstars, there was Asmongold sitting in his filth, talking about how he just wants to play World of Warcraft all day and hang out. The money and the fame never got to him. He's still the same disgusting gremlin that he was when he was still making just a few guides for a few $1,000s.
See, but he doesn't have to wear the I'm holier than thou veneer because of obviously he lives in squalor. Doesn't turn around and say, you know, I'm better than you.
After his 2019 explosion, Asmongold started...
So yeah, that's something that I've also pointed out consistently. Yeah, the reason why a lot of these people will gravitate towards someone like Asmongold is because they see themselves in him. Yeah. So Daho is correct.
to diversify into different spaces. He co-founded OTK with a few of his friends, and Mythic Talent, a talent agency. He started a podcast and really started to expand outside of just his niche. And really exploded in 2022 during the Amber Heard trial, when all of these commentary streamers were reacting every single day to what was going on with Amber Heard because they desperately needed content and they didn't want to have to think for themselves.
Here we go.
True.
Let's do it. Oh my god.
So was the Amber Heard fucking shit. Because, okay, I never really looked into the Amber Heard stuff because I really could care less. But basically, from what I understand, there was I think it was a Matt Bernstein episode talking about this, or was mentioning this briefly. But basically, this trial was, there was a lawsuit between, of course, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp has, like, a bunch of, like, connections to people. He lost the lawsuit initially to Amber Heard in Britain, but because of, like, some weird statute within the United States of America, he was able to do the lawsuit within America and was successful there. And basically, the largest collection of some of the most dumb, idiotic motherfuckers on the planet were constantly talking about this. All the drama slop channels were talking about it. Asmongold was fucking talking about this shit. And just literally everyone. Yes, but basically, they were both shitty people, but Amber Heard was shittier. Yes, essentially, that's the basic gist of it, right? Like, no one is fucking good here. And Johnny Depp essentially used his connections that he had to relitigate the lawsuit in America, even though this was all perpetrated in Britain or something, which is kind of weird, but whatever. It's the law. The law is very strange and stupid. To try to put in as much of a bow about it as possible. Yeah, Asmongold, I guess, decided to take a look at this, and if I were to take a guess, probably have, like, not much of an idea of what he was talking about.
This is bad, man.
Lots of different content creators, including people who had never covered anything remotely like this before,
Hi, Cat
all
Den
started
Barge.
covering this at the same time from the position of that narrative and getting millions of views from it.
This is not your home, invader.
Zenbane.
Zenbane found Asmongold through these Amber Heard clips.
I wasn't even watching the trial. I thought the whole concept was stupid myself when I'd heard that it was, people were watching it. But I just happened to click on it. I think it was because the thumbnail or something just kind of caught my attention. It was good clickbait, I suppose. I don't know. His reactions were funny. Watching Johnny Depp, the way they clipped him was funny.
Zenbane said his great-great-great-grandmother was a school teacher in Mexico, and she came here properly. So she's a good immigrant. But all these bad immigrants, they're the problem. They're the ones causing our world to get worse.
She didn't come
Of
here
course.
Jobless and try to live here, illegally. There is no illegal immigration in my family. This is
Oh, Zenbane. Oh, buddy. They don't give a fuck. Can we get a Fell for It Again award for this fucking jabroni over here? Because fascists make it rather clear. They don't care if it's legal or illegal. Stephen Miller himself has made it very, very clear. Your dumbass, so long as you have brown skin, is getting deported. Like, that's the position of the Trump administration. Like, they don't give a shit.
Might even be controversial to say, but any disparity we're going to feel throughout life, it's going to come more so from our own people than from someone outside of our culture. So essentially, if we define what happens when we say that was racist, right? Someone says a bad slur, someone beats you up, or just someone prevents you from advancing in life at a job, like any of those things you're going to experience, we're going to, as Hispanics, we're going to most likely experience those more from other Hispanics than from someone who's black or white.
He described Asmongold as a street preacher.
That's very, very fucking strange. All the statistics basically say the exact opposite. You're more likely to not face any advancement because of other white people, because they very often get preferential treatment.
Hasan gives an example. He's more like trying to come across like the Pope. Everyone should listen to me. Whereas Asmongold is the wacky homeless guy on the side of the road, holding the Bible and just screaming his interpretation of the Bible.
I think after
So that's a thing that... Yeah, so that's a thing that a lot of these dumbasses basically say, generally speaking. Like, oh, why are you so holier than thou? Why are you so full of yourself? Blah, 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 blah. Why should I fucking listen to you? Even though, like, I don't believe any of your bullshit. Yada, yada, yada. Right? When in reality, for the most part, if lefties or progressives are talking about a particular issue, they will just be, like, saying, Yes, Zane, you're correct. Amber Heard was that trial was essentially a way to discredit the Me Too movement. You are correct, even though it's false, but whatever. I digress. What was I saying? What was I saying? Yes. Essentially, the whole sort of like thing with the quote unquote like the DEI, or not DEI, affirmative actions, but the idea that liberals are more like haughty and snooty than you, because of the fact that they, generally speaking, most liberals and lefties research stuff, look things up, make sure that what they're saying is correct, blah 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 blah. It doesn't come from like a position of saying like, oh yeah, dude, this jabroni over here just says like all the shit, and he's holier than thou, and this dude just is like a fart sniffing liberal, and I don't like the fact that he's a fart sniffing liberal or some shit. And a lot of these dudes, generally speaking, they just don't like the fact that people are like fact checking a lot of the stuff that they're saying like, no, you're wrong because of this reason. Like, this is why I think you're an idiot. I think you're an idiot because of this. And because these people are, broadly speaking, extremely undereducated and are not interested in acquiring the necessary tools to get properly educated, will basically just keep rolling around in the metaphorical shit, for lack of a better term, and keep thinking that, well, you're just saying that because you're like a show-off weirdo. I just don't think that you're right, and I'm essentially in a cult. Like, that's what it is with a lot of these people, unfortunately. It's extremely similar to MAGA. Well, that's why they gravitate towards the Republican Party, because the Republican Party directly appeals to undereducated college... not college, but non-college graduates, right? Because they're stupid. Like, it is what it is. Like, these people are stupid. The Republicans know that it's much easier to manipulate stupid people in comparison to actually providing something real to smart people.
Amber Heard, Asmongold sort of felt invulnerable. Like, he could say anything and get away with it because his community absolutely loved it. If you look at during this time, he starts working with clippers to grow into a massive phenomenon. Every single one of his YouTube videos were pulling in millions of views. So his streams were getting tens of thousands of views, and then his YouTube videos were getting even more views, and he just grew and grew from there. But eventually, all of that incredibly toxic diatribe leaked out of his community into the wider space. In 2024, he was banned from Twitch for a brief period for describing Palestinians as
Terrible people. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as...
So this was the 2-week ban where he basically said that might makes right. What Israel is essentially doing is correct, for example, and when it comes to the treatment of Palestinians, he basically advocated for their genocide.
Us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
From there, he
stupid, obviously.
Somewhat, saying,
I said something about it that was disgusting. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most mean-spirited, I don't really even know what the word is for it. Just like the most...
Freak? Like, psychopath? I can come up with a couple of terms, man. Like, it's not really difficult. Like, you've just become, like, an asshole. You're, like, just an asshole? You're just an asshole.
Spirited, rude, like, nasty, like, just callous, psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into that.
Since then,
no lessons learned.
Proven that he's learned nothing. He is just saying whatever the hell he wants. Asmongold's cut ties with OTK and Mythic, though he did clean his room.
And clean out the entire thing. Clean out everything.
He cleaned it once.
Yes, I even got the vacuum cleaner.
But around this time is when I really started to have a fascination into Asmongold. I kept seeing all of those clips, all of those horrifying things he said.
Say it the way I think it is. That's it. I say it the way it is. Anybody thinks I'm racist out of their fucking mind.
So I do find it really funny that, like you're saying, Zane, yeah, notice how he didn't point out anything he said, almost like he didn't learn. That's a very, very good point. Because a part of reflecting is understanding, like seeing, yeah, I said these things, and yeah, it was pretty fucked up. I think what I said is bad. Which indicates, like, okay, you have like you're saying that you understand that what you said was bad. Well, do you know what you said that was bad that ended up getting you banned? And if you don't say what it is, right, then do you actually care? Becomes the other question, right? Like, are you learning anything? Like, why did these people, for example, look at the things that you said and say, Asmongold, these things you're saying is kind of bad. Do you understand why these things are kind of bad? And he just doesn't really, like, say whatsoever. Yes, like you're saying, they're saying, what he really meant is people got mad at me, so I got to fake shit to keep my job. And he said that before. We've gone over clips of Asmongold saying that precisely. Yeah. And this is why okay. I've said this before in the Birdman video. I go back and forth on this. I'm not being consistent on this whatsoever. Where I say that I don't think Asmongold is a grifter. But honestly, yeah, he just is a grifter. Like, because that's patently shit that grifters fucking say. Grifters are the people who say shit like that. Like, I keep my power level, like, not my power level, that's not correct to say. But I will basically say literally anything in order to garner a particular audience. Damn the consequences. I don't give a shit. I will just say it until, I don't know, I make it. And it doesn't matter. Damn the consequences. And that's why people think he's a grifter. Which I do think is an accurate assessment.
If they think that, they're crazy. Fuck them. Who cares? What you're saying is very true. People are going to take this out of context, turn it into something to name. Good. I'll look forward to it. It's a new YouTube video for me tomorrow.
His lines on what is fair and what isn't are really confusing. Weirdly enough, he does believe that a universal basic income is a good thing and that you should help the poor.
I think it's okay if they want to buy cookies with food stamps because, in my opinion,
because he was poor himself. That's why.
It's just cookies, man. Let a person have a little bit of dignity.
He doesn't like immigrants. He doesn't like people. He doesn't care for anyone that is outside of his own bubble.
The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem. There is clearly a problem. There is clearly an affliction. And there is also clearly...
Yes, you're pretty much on the money there, Zane. He's too stupid to grift, but he's too evil not to. Like, that's... You're pretty much perfectly on the money there. Like, he's really dumb. And he does not know what he's talking about. But he's really bad. So, in affect, he ends up being a grifter.
Solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop.
And when you're watching someone 8 hours a day, that sort of diatribe really infects who you are as a person. So I decided I needed to figure out who watches Asmongold. So in December of 2025, I put out a tweet saying, if you live in New York City, I would love to talk to you. And I got hundreds of responses, all of which said, absolutely not. Some of them said I was trying to make a trap, that I was going to record them, even though I said it was going to be an off-the-record talk. I just wanted to figure out who they were, and they all hated the idea so much. I also got a lot of valuable answers. People seem to love...
Yeah, by the way, this is about what I expected, right? Like... there is no reason to assume that Steven here is going to be dishonest whatsoever. Like, literally. Yeah, I mean, some of them, like, credit to some of the guys who actually decided to go on the fucking Discord calls and actually talk to Steven. Credit to those guys. But this is a very, very common thing from a lot of the far-right individuals, right? Very often, they will think of people who want to learn more as individuals who are looking to put them in a trap, right? And that's like the depressing part, I think, about all of this, and how it's very often a lot of the far right trappings. It's a self-perpetuating cycle of just stupidity and like misinformation and hatred, and it's just like, that's a little strange. Yeah, like, I mean, journalists practice, right? Zane, he more than likely did make a contract saying that he's not going to disclose anything about them, just like terms that they would agree with for the interview, right? And, I mean, you could agree with that or not, right? That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to inherently be a trap. But, again, you want to know the exact same people who thought like this? 4chaners. 4chaners thought the exact same fucking way.
Of Asmongold because they love to spend time with someone who is genuine. The fact that he is someone real and that he is someone you can hang out with, that he doesn't seem like he's faking it. And I don't necessarily believe that's a good thing for a content creator because those people don't have your best interest at heart. I don't think Asmongold has anyone's best interest at heart other than himself. He just wants to be able to like live how he wants to live. The money he makes means nothing to him.
I got a 1099 and it was like millions of dollars. I don't even know where it came from.
You probably have $6 to $8 million left after taxes.
More than that, probably. A lot more than that.
Really?
He doesn't want to grow.
Yeah, like, he doesn't, like, like, material things to Asmongold, he does not give a fuck. He is on our, you know, like, for all the people who talk about, like, minimalist millennials or whatever the fuck, I would say that Asmongold is probably the most extreme version of that.
Off of it. He just wants to like exist and again not have to work. And the people who watch him I think feel similarly. They just want to be able to watch and not think and just hang out. So about a month after I do that tweet, I put out another tweet, which is
actually no. Here's the perfect way to put. They just want to sit and rot. That's what it is. These people just want to sit around and just rot. Just sit and rot. That's what a lot of these guys want to do. They just want to rot. No fundamental engagement with really much of anything whatsoever. Who cares? Damn the consequences. Whatever. Blah, 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 blah. We just want to sit and rot. Just rot, Max. That's literally it.
my thoughts on Asmongold. I will let Asmongold read my tweet, so I don't have to.
About a month or so back, I asked any Asmongold fans to meet me in the real world. What? But none of them took me up on the offer. Instead, I got hundreds of replies and messages saying that I didn't understand them, how I should just watch his streams and not the clips. So I did, and I learned that Zach doesn't care. He'll put out a video that he doesn't understand the full context of.
True.
And rants about it with extreme right-wing bias.
True.
It's vitriol for 6 hours straight.
True.
A hand-picked selection of clips designed to invoke anger without critical thinking. I genuinely believe
True.
that people here are for his gaming takes, and I'm so worried that they're getting radicalized by Twitch's most powerful and least researched streamer.
He read it on stream and was quite pissed.
This guy is like, he's randomly trying, oh, meet me in real life. Yeah, obviously, random people don't want to meet some dumbass in real life. Let's see what this guy's saying about me.
And then his fans came after me hard. They were ready to, call me all sorts of names. But out of that tweet, I managed to get conversations going with a few actual...
Hey, so you mentioned you want to interview Asmongold to me. I could do it. I swear this is something I'm passionate about. Interesting. Yeah. It's a great point there, Zane. Yeah, like Diogenes, but instead of a basket, it's trash. True.
Asmongold fans. People who agreed that, hey, maybe it's a good time to kind of leave the echo chamber. Because Asmongold believes that you should stay within the echo chamber.
So the problem that I have is that whenever...
Why am I not surprised? Again, people have said accurately that Asmongold is essentially a cult. Like, bro is unironically in a cult, or in the environment that he is in, that he has cultivated, is nothing more than a fucking cult. And I 1000% agree with that, by the way. Dude is essentially just, I don't know, he's just a fucking cult leader of a bunch of just really strange, lonely, dejected individuals. Yeah, just like a bunch of like really strange, lonely, dejected individuals.
I want to interact
Yeah,
with
feed the
somebody,
machine.
or if somebody wants to interact with me, usually that's like a non-starter because I don't want to talk to anybody. What's a good time for you? Never. Never. That's the answer. Never.
Whenever Destiny or Hasan want to debate him these days, he turns it down because the idea of having your views questioned is completely unacceptable to Asmon.
I have no obligation to do anything. And there are some people that think that, well, because I disagree with you so much, you have some kind of like obligation to 1v1 me or something.
I do think if you do political commentary, I think there should be, this would be one of the laws I would enforce, you should have an obligation to have some kind of confrontational discourse. It can't just be that everybody can go run off into their own corners and construct their own realities. That's just crazy to me. I don't think it's acceptable.
Yep. No.
I agree. Listen, as much as I don't like Destiny, Destiny's correct there. Even though he himself has built a little bit of an echo chamber around himself as well, but still, I agree with Destiny there. He is correct when he says that. Problem is that Destiny doesn't really follow that principle either, because he just wants to funnel in a bunch of people into his own fucking orbit. That's the difference.
To exist in this world, and he wants to be that sort of guy that doesn't have his stuff questioned. He wants to exist in the filth. Throughout all these conversations and all these tweets, what I learned is that the average Asmongold fan just wants to live in their own echo chamber. They just want to relate to a guy who they feel is like that. I don't want to make fun of these people, but the first openly said how much he loves fascism. The second one was a fourth-generation Mexican immigrant who believes that immigration is a bad thing. And the third made me a whole PowerPoint about Hasan's armpits.
Who am I? None of your business.
Black Druid. He reached out to me with extreme animosity and really was like, I'm gonna own this guy. He gave me a list of 5 rules before we even...
What are these? No asking where I'm from or what I do or give out personal information. Privacy is paramount, okay? No loaded question. You're a journalist. You know what those are. Okay. Sure, man. Totally. Yes, that is true, Zane. The Destiny loves to argue over pedantry, blah, 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 blah. We've talked about the problems of the individual that is Destiny constantly over and over again. It's we can talk about his whole sort of shtick till the fucking cows come home. Like, yeah, Destiny is pretty shit, guys. But yes, with Asmongold specifically, his shtick is rather simple. He just wants to have an echo chamber. Like, that's literally it. He wants to just wallow away in his own filth and his own stink and just parrot a bunch of fucking bullshit from, well, his own fucking audience. Like, he doesn't act, like, he just does not give a fuck. Like, he does not care. He's made it very, very clear that he could give less of a flying fuck about any of the consequences of any of the things that he says. He has made it very, very clear that he does not care at all whatsoever about the positions that he ascribes to. He does not want any of his positions to be challenged actively. He honestly could care less, really, about anything besides, well, just sitting around, wafting away, and just in his own sort of, like, shit. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about Destiny, yes, he is a grifter.
Spoke, including I could not asking his name or any personal information, which is pretty hard for an interview because that's kind of the whole point.
Yes. Oh, wait, I didn't read through the rest of the rules. Why didn't I do that? I prefer to have a proper conversation, and that includes hearing what you believe. Like, what does that mean? Wait, like, well, yeah, what does that even mean, right? Like, a proper conversation including hearing what you believe. Okay, if someone tells an Asmongold viewer what you actually believe, they don't give a fuck about that anyways. Like, I mean, maybe some do, but most of them actually don't. Like, they don't give a shit. But whatever. Images and PowerPoints to explain your thoughts. We both get a full recording of our conversation. Okay, sure, whatever.
He even spoke, including I could not asking his name or any personal information, which is pretty hard for an interview because that's kind of the whole point. But once we got talking, it got even stranger.
Asmongold isn't a right-winger. He's been, as far as I've watched, going back all the way to the Dark Souls days, he's always been left-wing. If you want, I'm just going to send a quick photo to you so you can just take a look.
He had created an entire PowerPoint where he showed...
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, this is fucking awesome. Against proletarian, blah blah blah. Malnutrition video game. Did not vote for Trump. Did not vote for Trump. But Asmongold vote. Wait, but Asmongold, didn't he vote for Trump? No, I don't think he voted at all for Trump in 2024, if I recall correctly. Yeah, he still didn't vote. Was it because he's lazy? But that's a little different. So, yeah, like, Asmongold is not really, like, left-leaning whatsoever. Asmongold doesn't really believe in much of anything. If, in reality, back during those days, he was more of, like, a centrist. Sort of. Kind of a centrist. He just didn't believe in anything. Like, he just said stuff on stream. That's it. He just yapped about stuff, he got popular, and that's that. Really, there's like no other way to describe an Asmongold. He just said stuff, and people liked it, and it was his opportunity to grow significantly, and he was just like, okay, whatever, cool. And then he grew significantly because of that. Like, that's really about it. He doesn't believe in anything. He can't believe in anything. He's too stupid to believe in anything. So, because he just says shit, but whatever. With, Hasan, he makes it very, very clear that he actually does believe in stuff in a sort of philosophical standard and rigor that is fully in line with, like, socialist principles and fucking beliefs, right? And generally speaking, if we're talking about the principles that he has for the time being, it's mostly like socially democratic principles with the intent of moving further beyond, like, some form of a liberal democracy. That's really about it. If we want to put, like, Hasan in about as neat of a bow as fucking possible. And Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis, like, what do we mean by fully supports them? Like, what the fuck does that mean? First off, the Houthis, in terms of their terrorist distinction, the only people who did that were the Trump administration. And they did that at the beginning of this current administration and also at the end of his first administration that they put the Houthis on the terrorist watch list. And then Joe Biden took them off the terrorist watch list because of, well, the peace between I was going to say the Palestinians, but the peace between the Saudis and the Houthis, right? Because they were at war for about 9 years. It was a thing that's happened for a while. But Asmongold viewers, I don't think understand that because they're really stupid. But whatever. I guess like the final sort of meme in like all of this, for like lack of a better term, in terms of Hezbollah and also Hamas, the reason why Hasan quote unquote supports them is because of the fact Hasan understands where Hezbollah and Hamas came out of. He understands the history of why those groups exist, right? They came out because of the actions of Israel. Now, if Israel did not do the war in Lebanon in the 80s, 1982 and 1983, there would not be a Hezbollah. If Israel didn't do the actions to the Palestinians, the Nakba, the ethnic cleansings of Palestinians from their homes, the funneling of money in briefcases to the more radical elements within Hamas to make them a foil against the PLO and the secular nationalists of like Yasser Arafat during the Oslo Accords, then Hamas would not be as like a prominent radical group. Like, they wouldn't be a bunch of fucking terrorists. Because I will admit, Hamas are terrorists. Absolutely. They are terrorists. But there's a reason why they are what they are. It didn't come out of fucking nowhere. It came out of the actions of a very, very specific rogue terror state that the United States supports. And Hasan talks about that consistently on his platform. I mean, it's one of the main things that he's talked about. It's one of the main things I talk about on my fucking tiny fucking platform. But here's the thing. I was about to get to that saying. He often frames their actions as resistance against Israel and Western imperialism. Now, does that necessarily mean he endorses every single action that Hamas takes? No. Not at all. Not at all whatsoever. That doesn't necessarily mean that in any fucking case. Because Hasan has made it rather clear. He thinks civilian casualties, generally speaking, is quite bad. It's not a good thing when it happens. But sometimes it happens as a byproduct of other extenuating circumstances. It's bad when, generally speaking, when it happens. But when it does happen, it happens, and you should condemn it. And he condemns violence against civilians constantly, like all the time. I'm pretty sure he did that during October 7th, right? But a lot of people, because of the amount of... Yes, I know, Zane, I know. I'm humoring myself here. But because of a lot of the dumbass misinformation that's out there about Hasan, that a lot of idiots have latched onto, they don't understand this history, and they just keep getting regurgitated like all this slop idiot propaganda from all these idiot slop idiot, or from like all these like slop idiot content creators, and they just take it at face value, and there's no criticism. What is history? Never heard of her. Like, exactly, Zane. When a lot of this stuff is, it's actually kind of complicated, and if you read some stuff into this, or like even watch some fucking videos about it, right, that go into this topic very, very well, explain it very, very well, you can see that it's actually way more complicated. But because of all the Hasan bad hysteria that's generally speaking exists right now, because everyone's incredibly non-educated on these topics, and they get all their information from a bunch of idiot slop channels. We currently have this, maelstrom of fucking shit where no one understands anything. People will just believe anything from their dumb fuck idiot content creators, and it's all just this maelstrom of just fucking bullshit.
Showed why Hasan is worse than Asmongold. Because Hasan had a horse growing up, and Asmon was the goated Chad who lived in squalor. These were benefits to him. Black Drew giggled when I used the term POC. Get that there are
Stupid.
POCs in media?
Sorry, can you say that again?
There are POCs in media?
POC.
It's a person of color.
I'm not sure if you know, but I'm brown myself, so
sure,
I'm
sure.
Expecting, but let's move on.
And believes that.
I mean, it's just okay. Because that's another thing with a lot of these guys that get triggered over just terms. Steven, you made a mistake. You used a trigger term with this dumbass, unfortunately. And they just get, like, triggered. Like, they hear term, and then they just, like, turn off their brains. It's like, it just means it's so that you don't have to keep constantly saying person of color over and over and over again. It's just easier to say POC. Like, that's it. Like, it's not like an insidious, nefarious sort of, like, gotcha term or whatever. It's actually, it has utility. Yeah, word black. Yeah, word equals bad. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, stupid.
DEI is what is killing video games, and went on a long rant about.
I know for a fact that if they were to appeal to like this woke ideology, they also lose a lot of money. Like you can look at the video game, for example, Dragon Age. I would actually assume that a lot of men have felt attacked by journalists that basically their whole space of the gaming sphere, because they've catered to the woke crowd, they've lost billions. We can just talk about Conquer as an example as well. Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? It's an ideology.
Did Assassin's Creed Shadows even perform that Do we even know how much money Assassin's Creed Shadows did? What even is the woke ideology, quote unquote, within Assassin's Creed Shadows? Because I've talked about this shit before. Yasuke was an actual historic figure, and then Naue is just a fucking one. I think they're non-binary or something. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. Just like a jabroni that existed that they just made up for the purpose of telling the story. But like for these people, it's like, Assassin's Creed Shadows was like basically like the worst woke propaganda that was ever created. Yeah, it's just like, okay, man, sure, dude.
That I believe, let's just take it out, right? Let's take out all the politics, okay? Or let's just say that it was an ideology that loses money. Is that a fair assessment that we can both agree on?
No, because it's just stupid. Like, what does that fucking mean, right? By like what standard do you measure this by? Like, no, because it's stupid. Like, what you want is stupid, right? That's why people are just going to say no, because you're just being dumb.
I'm not getting into any of that sort of stuff in this video. There are plenty of other YouTube videos on the internet that are going to do that for me. So I'm just going to kind of explain, what these people are kind of thinking.
Sorry, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. Turns out going outside was a terrible idea. I've also let the place get a little messy, but I thought that was kind of appropriate for what we're talking about today. This video has pushed me to my absolute limit. My YouTube recommended feed has been absolutely destroyed. It is just full of Asmongold videos now. And now I see his hair and teeth whenever I close my eyes or go to sleep. DEI,
it's over.
Woke, just fill my every moment. But it hasn't all been bad. There have been a few bright spots in this production. Alan recently beat cancer and said that his opinions on Asmongold have shifted, mainly because of Asmon's takes on the Iran war.
So when you first talked to me and talking about Asmon, I'm not 100% sure where that was in general, because that was a couple of months ago. But with this latest Iran stuff, he is just following the narrative, which is America good and we're the best type thing. And I'm like, yeah, nah.
But the reality is that...
Now that's interesting. And this is probably where a lot of these people are probably going to start losing... Because here's the thing about Iran specifically. Basically, Trump has been consistently writing a bunch of like co-posts saying, I mean, this was the same guy who also said that fascism is necessary, so who really knows if he's like sane or whatever the fuck. Whatever, you know what I mean. The thing with a lot of these individuals, generally speaking, is that they have to start getting like their sort of thoughts about a particular topic personally affected before they change their mind on something, right? They could be fake contrarians, Zane. That's entirely possible. Like, you can say that, right? I have no reason to operate under that assumption. There's no reason to operate under that assumption. I have no fucking idea if this dude's just being a fucking contrarian. It's possible he could be a fucking contrarian. I have no reason to sort of, like, believe that, because I've not been given any evidence to indicate that he is just a contrarian. He could just be a contrarian, and he could keep saying, like, a bunch of fucking idiot bullshit. People are very complicated and will believe in certain things because of certain predispositions in their life or certain events that have happened to them. It's complicated. It's difficult, obviously. And I try to engage subjectively with a lot of these people and get in these people's minds a lot of Asmongold viewers, there's like very little point because they don't very often give you a lot to work with. They tend to be very boisterous, aggressive, and incredibly stupid and not receptive to any of your points. So when I make a point arguing against their positions, they're just like, nah, just it flies right over their head. So it's just like, okay, then I'm just going to start insulting you and calling you a fucking idiot. Because I've laid out my positions and my points, I'd say relatively clearly here. You're just not receptive to them. So what am I supposed to work with here? Right? And because I know they're going to flood in here, I don't give a shit. This is for you Asmongold fans. There's a reason why I generally speaking, just insult you people. Because there is almost very little point of engaging with much of anything that you have to say. I'll make a point. You won't understand it anyways. It doesn't matter how I fucking explain it to you. None of you people will care. So, whatever. Don't give a shit. So I just start insulting them instead. With a lot of these people, they have to have something in their lives get upended before they actually start to change their thoughts on a particular sort of topic or subject. It has to be something that affects them closely in their lives. You know, it being a family member that talks to them being like generally sort of like completely and utterly dejected from life, for lack of a better term. But even then, like, it depends. It doesn't always work out that way. It's a little strange. It's a little strange.
That you have to also look at why are people oppressed. And in some cases, there's a good reason why they're oppressed, and you should probably oppress them even more. They deserve it. And I think that Iran's a good example. Same with criminals, stuff like that, shoplifters.
I feel it's more about keeping the audience that he wants.
And I think that the moment that American bombs start dropping, the moment that American soldiers get involved, now it's no longer the Iranian Revolution, it's the regime change that was basically facilitated by America.
Zenbane said he's actually super excited for this video to come out, and Black Druid doesn't seem to hate me as much. He's sent me very long rants, including a few heart emojis. But I think
that's nice.
Made me most optimistic working on this project was meeting Charles A. Hurley, a 23-year-old who first started watching Asmongold when he was 16 or 17.
Amidst the flames, only we shall remain.
When I got into WoW Classic, I also got into his content a lot more, where he starts to grow on me, where he had like this resonance of like relatability.
His cousin had introduced him to Asmongold because they were both playing World of Warcraft Classic, and he got really into Asmon, became really excited and energized by Asmon's content.
He started becoming a bit of a comfort for me back then. I used to like watch a lot of his VODs for hours on end, like usually on like when I'm playing other games, I always have him on the background. Just feels like you're kind of like committed into like something bigger with him.
He became watching and obsessing, wanting to know what made Asmongold so good at the games he played.
I use his mannerisms to like bleed into like my own personal life.
Okay, I find it very interesting because Asmongold hardly plays video games at all anymore. Like, barely. Right? He barely plays games. Right? He hardly does that shit anymore. Right? And generally speaking, Asmongold will... and it's kind of a pathetic reason for us to why this is the case. It's because he quit Elden Ring because he was just not very good at the game, and he did not like people seeing that he was actually not good at video games, even though people saw him as like this gaming guru god. When I think that's like such a dumb way of fucking looking at that. It's just like, buddy, I mean, if you're good or bad at a game, I don't think that shouldn't really matter all that much. Like, who cares? Like, so long as you put out like entertaining content for people who think is entertaining, if they think is entertaining or whatever, then that's like good enough. Like, who gives a shit, right? Like, who cares?
The idea of like becoming something more, like the idea that was implanted in my head, well, just becoming like, as I thought before, like someone like him, like well regarded or well like spoken, just like well accomplished, or like have.
Oh, Charlie, or Charla rather, that Asmongold. I'm sorry to say, buddy, but Asmongold is not well spoken. He is very stupid. He doesn't know how to say the word specifically, man. But whatever. Sure.
Like dreams of becoming the next Asmongold.
But yeah, I was about to say, like, what this guy is talking about here specifically. This is parasociality, right? Purely parasociality. Yes, I know. Saying like if they do try to argue, they point The point to lose, like, it doesn't matter. Like, whatever.
Oh god, that's so fucking cringe of me to think about that, but...
He started to copy his mannerisms because he thought it would make him a better player in the video game that he really loved, Star Wars The Old Republic. He started to
Coder.
take the game as seriously as Asmongold was. But he was also copying Asmongold's mannerisms out of game. He was saying whatever he wanted. He was becoming more aggressive. And he was really pushing himself to his limits, really dedicating himself to the craft of playing video games. He also became really obsessed with anti-woke content.
Anti-wokeism is such a simple concept. Like, oh, you used to believe that, oh, well, we just want better games instead of the wokeism stuff. And then you have, like, pretty much all these contents, and back then it really worked. Back then it's just like you can just click immediately since you're like pretty much so attached to that person you don't even want to go.
But throughout all
I mean, that's how Gamergate was essentially fashioned, right? There's a reason why this shit's called Gamergate 2.0, is because it's meant to lull you into a false sense of security, bring you in with a very, very simple concept of, hey, isn't all this like woke shit destroying our video games kind of bad or whatever? And it's meant to be like really easy and palatable for people to just latch onto and sort of just go down the pipeline, the alt-right pipeline.
This, he felt that watching Asmongold was making him a worse person.
Yeah, I got some like exceptional highs, but I got into like exceptional lows.
It started to influence his non-gamer life, pushing away his friends and family.
Pretty much ruined relationships or even close ones like family, friends.
Yeah, this is a thing that I have also brought up consistently. If you, generally speaking, you want to reach these people, because it doesn't matter what stat or statistic you present, it doesn't matter the perfectly crafted argument that you have for them. They're in a cult. Like, they don't give a shit. You can argue with them till your face is blue. They will not care. They never care. You can keep arguing with them, right? And a lot of these individuals that I have also gotten into my fair share of arguments with, they'll get mad at me for saying like, you're ad-humming me and not engaging with my point. It's like, because it doesn't matter if I engage with your point or not. Like, anything I say, you're just going to inherently disagree with. Because I'm already like this strange boogeyman that you have in your mind. So there's no point in me properly engaging with you. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, I don't care. So guess what? The only way you can reach these people, broadly speaking, is by social ostracization. That's it. That's the only thing that's effective on these guys. The only thing that works. If their relationships are hurt because of the miserable, sensible bullshit that they've been watching and like believing in for the latter part of who knows how long, that's where they start to realize and learn, like, oh fuck, maybe I'm the asshole. Maybe I'm actually the problem. And then they start to peel away, for lack of a better term. They start to break away from the cult. And I mean, it's the same thing consistently with MAGA parents. I think the subreddit is called QAnon Casualties, I think. And it's a lot of stories, very, very often, of how people's former MAGA parents essentially fall out of the cult. Or QAnon Casualties, that's what it is. Or how, like, a lot of these people will fall out of the cult or got brought into the cult or whatever, right? And it's a lot of stories like that of, like, distraught family members saying, like, listen, we've tried, like, literally everything to try to break this fucking cycle, and it just doesn't work. Nothing's working. Like, we don't know what to do. And, you know, they get support through that or whatever. Blah, 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 right? And broadly speaking, the same pattern of behavior is made very, very clear. These people are a part of a cult, and it's something that just has to be, like, basically broken out of them. Because if there is one thing that a lot of people will still care about, even if they are the most, like, miserable, ostensible, like, piles of garbage on the fucking planet, they'll still care about their families. Generally speaking. They'll still care about them. More often than not. And they'll want to engage with their families. And be like, yeah, well, I still like my family and whatever, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't want to lose them. I don't want to lose those relationships in my life. But then it just it's one of those things where it's just like, for a lot of these guys, even that is like not effective because it depends. It just really depends on how far and how like vulnerable they are to wanting to be receptive to their family. It really fucking depends.
Or pretty much even like relationships with partners.
But it was hard to quit Asmongold because Asmon was good at WoW, so he should be good at life. At least that was Charlie's logic at the time.
I wish
flawed
I could say
logic,
complicated,
but
it was just out of like pure ignorance and just kind of like the unwillingness to just kind of change because you kind of invest in a person for so long, you want to believe that this is all part of the movement, and you just
parasocial.
Like, and since you have such like a good opinion about him in your head, like pretty much all that goodwill from like all those other days, like back then where he used to have been a prominent WoW player, you would pretty much carry over that goodwill to like any sense of variety he does.
But in 2020,
fuck it, it's parasociality, man. Parasociality, dude.
23, Charlie's opinion on Asmon really starts to change, specifically because of anti-woke content. He realized that it was just kind of the same thing over and over and over. These posts and videos were making less and less sense.
So 2023 was like the point.
By the way, that's like the reason why I don't really bother with anti-woke content, to be honest, or like watching much of it at all. I try to avoid watching it because it's just the same dog shit constantly, and it's the same points saying like, no, you're wrong because of this, and you're stupid. Shut your goofy ass up. And it's really uninteresting, man.
Up watching him hardcore. It got boring. It got repetitive.
Asmongold's endless attacks on DEI, woke, and political low-hanging fruit just stopped being interesting.
Yes, and this was, by the way, where he was starting to do the more anti-woke content. This is where he was starting to watch those guys like Yellow Flash Guy that I brought up earlier. And he started watching way more of that anti-woke slop content.
About anti-wokeism is that it's the perfect propaganda tool because fear-mongering it's like the ultimate tool when it comes to like easily converting your thing to like, hey, like you used to be a WoW player, but now you're like a full-time political content creator. It's just honestly frustrating to me how I was just like led on for years and it just amounted to like absolutely nothing. I just couldn't do it anymore.
These days, he's sort of...
So, I mean, listen, man. Charla, you're not the only one. I mean, this is the case with conservative propaganda. This is just how it works, buddy. You know, I don't know if he's ever going to run into this video, but listen, man, that's the whole name of the game, right? This is how conservative propaganda works. It's crafted like this on purpose. It's meant to inherently just hook into the lizard parts of people's brains and never let go, and basically create the worst versions of, well, people. Honestly, for like lack of a better term, just like the absolute worst versions of people.
Stopped watching Asmongold as much. Charlie still sees Asmongold because on Twitter, he's unavoidable. But now, he sees a sadness in his former idol.
He moved away from his like most lovable hobby, which was like World of Warcraft, but now he's just like pretty much miserable with like Twitter now.
Though Charlie has stopped watching Asmongold, he's found it difficult to get rid of all of his ideas entirely. Asmongold was a major figure to Charlie, someone he's still struggling to move past.
He's still been kind of my disease. All that grind mentality, as of recently, became deeply diminished. It begins to like pry open your like mental state. There's just like nowhere to go except the hole you kind of dug for yourself.
When it comes to Charlie...
Honestly, that's sad, man. I just feel bad for the guy, honestly. It's just like, damn. That fucking sucks, man. That really fucking sucks. Oh, for sure, Clay. Like, reality TV, trash talk shows, it is all conservative fucking propaganda. That's true.
He makes me feel hopeful about the future of Asmongold viewers. Because when we kind of look at what these people are going through, a lot of them, again, feel kind of hopeless. But Charlie was able to pull himself out of the sadness. He was able to see through the veneer.
He used it as his, like, kind of his, like, massive fucking specialty gimmick, where it's like, oh, well, I may be a degenerate, but at least I'm an honest degenerate, and that's all that matters. I could say the most, like, rancid, disgusting thing on the internet, but hey, like, I'm being honest, guys. Like,
bro, I'm real.
The most dangerous tool when it comes to, like, a...
And here's the thing. What Charlie is hitting on here is correct. Same with Steven. That has only so long of a shelf life. You can only do that for so long until it eventually just becomes like just a like kind of nothing. A bit of a nothing burger, basically. And it's just seen as like boring and cringe. It just depends on how long you can keep the grift going. Now, Asmongold, I believe, as a creator, is still growing for the time being, so he can keep at this for quite a fucking while. But it's going to be one of those things where eventually TikTok, he's also going to get got by the shitty propaganda that he consistently fucking puts out.
A a cult figure.
The problem with anti-woke content is it's very addictive. It's a new enemy each day. It's finding something that you personally despise to attack. And, you know, if you can't see through that veneer, if you can't see through the bullshit, then you're just going to keep going into it more and more and more. And even though I'm feeling a bit under the weather, I still think it's important for us to see the sun one last time.
Everything's...
I mean, like I said before, and this is earlier on, it's the exact same thing that happened to fucking Asmongold. He started watching anti-woke content and started talking, like, parroting anti-woke fucking positions. And then he had a bunch of those anti-woke people coming into this comment section, coming into his videos, giving him a lot of popularity and prominence, initiating a feedback loop, which eventually just snowballed into what we have today.
Sucks these days. Our politics is just feeding us mindless nonsense. Everybody hates. The world is getting so goddamn expensive, and it just seems like everything is going down. And Asmongold is kind of like the prophet of all that. He is the crazy, screaming street preacher who is like, the world's ending and everything's gonna go bad. And you're like, yes, Asmongold, you're preaching to me. I understand it. Asmongold offers them space online around other like-minded individuals who care about the same things they care about, like video games and why video games suck these days.
This is my outlook on it. Is like, if you have something in a game, like, you need to make sure that that is like good immediately. Like the whole idea that like players, like, you're not gonna have somebody that wants to spend more than like 10 minutes to have fun.
It's a sort of community that they don't have in the real world. It's a space where they can feel more free and more fresh, and I feel Asmongold is preying on that. These people...
Yeah, this is pretty much it. He's a cult leader, as Charlie even said himself, as I've even said myself. These people aren't a cult because, again, they have nowhere else to go. I've said this before, but you can explain this through like material analysis really easily. Lack of third places, everything being as expensive as it is. There's no bars to go to. There's no social places to go to within the United States of America. You need a car to be able to do that. Good luck affording a car. Good luck affording insurance. And good luck affording fuel. Good luck even affording groceries. Good luck affording a home in this economy. Because the economy has made it very, very clear that it works for one set of people and one set of people only. And that's the rich.
Are lonely and have nowhere else to turn to. And Asmongold is offering them a space where they can feel what they want to feel, that they can say whatever bad words that the communities around them deem inappropriate. They want to feel like they're part of everything.
People don't have conversations as much anymore.
Yep.
No, because they don't want to, and nobody thinks about anything. And that's the reason why. You think you do, but you don't. People go to convenience over and over and over again instead of doing the more difficult thing and having real interactions with people.
Asmongold isn't turning.
I wonder why that might be the case. It's not like the current environment, like, socioeconomically speaking, is what's helped to potentially have cultivated that or something. I don't know, man.
These people antisocial, they already are, but he's giving them an outlet, a place where they can feel like they don't need to grow, they don't need to change, they don't need to live outside their echo chamber. They can just continue being who they are, and that's where the problem lies.
He did an hour video yesterday of one of these woke games. It was called Relooted. I watched the video. It definitely just came across as low quality content.
Listen, guys, it's a hard game. There's a lot of graphics going on here.
I definitely have noticed I soured on his content, and that's whether it was the way he was acting, where he's just playing it up. I think because of the way he was playing it up, it felt like a mask had dropped, and that was his reality. And I'm like, oh fuck, maybe he's an idiot.
Asmongold.
Yes, Alan. Asmongold is an idiot.
Doesn't want you to improve. He doesn't want you to become less lonely and become a better person. Because if you do, you might stop watching him. I don't really think he...
There's a reason why people call him a herald of Nurgle. He is stagnant. And what he also wants from his viewers is stagnation.
Thinks about this stuff. I think he knows in his heart of hearts that if these people start to get better and don't think
they won't watch him anymore.
Immigrants, women, DEI are the enemy, then they might try to leave. They might see Asmongold as the enemy.
I feel like nowadays nobody wants to critically think about anything. Nobody wants to have their own opinion about anything. Like, I've noticed this a lot.
That's very funny coming from you, Asmongold. Like, that describes you to a T, buddy.
Because in the real world, that's what people would tell them if they had community. A lot of these men are isolated. They lack a support system that sort of keeps them from going...
Yeah, why feel lonely? A lot of people feeling lonely. That's because that's the cult, man. That's how it works. And by the way, Asmongold's not the only guy who's done this. Manosphere types do the same thing because they want you to keep coming back and giving them more money. Far-right channels do this all the fucking time. All the weirdo, like, Gamergate fucking channels also do this all the fucking time. It's consistent. It's consistent.
going down these deep, dark rabbit holes. I think after COVID, a lot of people became even more isolated and unaware of what was going to happen to them. And they went down deep, dark rabbit holes, blaming all of these other issues for their problems, rather than what was actually causing them, which was their isolation, loneliness, and lack of human communication. We as people need other people in order to feel whole. Human society was born out of a need to congregate. And when that community is taken away and completely disregarded, we sort of lose our sense of identity. We lose who we are. And when someone...
I've also brought up these exact same points, right? Lack of third places. It's too expensive to go out and do anything. Like, so it makes a lot of sense why a lot of these people don't want to, well, interact outside of their echo chambers.
offers that sort of sense of community becomes even more important. Influencers give online individuals a community, and Asmongold is offering them a different sort of community, one that isn't more politically correct. Remember a time when you could be on Xbox and say a whole bunch of slurs? Asmongold offers you that space, and there's a Discord where you can hang out and talk your shit.
The Discord is basically a shit post. It doesn't really have like anything to do with the general like Asmongold stuff. It's just like a little hangout place.
You can be exactly who you want to be, even if that person is, you know, kind of gross. You don't need to improve. You don't need to get better. You don't need to be a happier person, because you can be an Asmongold viewer. You can be part of the club. And now for something that I hope doesn't make too many Asmongold viewers uncomfortable. And I'm gonna go touch some grass.
True. You should touch grass if you're an Asmongold viewer. And maybe your life will get better. You know, maybe just slightly. Things will improve if you just go out and touch some grass. But yeah, it was a fantastic video there by Steven Asark. Asark? I don't know how to fuck say your name. Whatever. He said it earlier in the beginning, I don't remember. I've been at this for too long. Consistent problem that I have. That one just came out of nowhere, that cough. Jesus. But yeah, great video. Pretty much hit on a lot of these same points I've also said consistently about like Asmongold viewers. And I do think partially, like, you know, I'm a bit of an asshole. I will be a bit of an asshole to these, like, fucking troglodytes. Because a lot of them are stuck in a cult. And they deserve to, well, get fucking shit on for a lot of their idiotic fucking beliefs and opinions. Because I do feel like, partially, that is a good mechanism to teach a lot of these guys, for example. Like, a lot of the shit that you guys believe in is inherently fucking stupid. Like, you guys are being silly. You guys are being fucking nonsensical. And you guys should really, like, get your fucking goddamn acts together. Because nobody likes this shit. No one likes the way you guys behave. Because it's, like, freakazoid weird behavior, dude. Like, stop it. Get some fucking help. Right? I'm not saying this because I hate these people. I'm saying this because I'd rather try to help these fucking guys. Because for a lot of these guys, the problems they're generally speaking facing, it's a cry for help. Like, let's be honest here. It's a cry for help. They need help. They need people in their lives to help them out. And because, like, rot maxing with some, like, dumbass gremlin streamer is not fucking helping. So, again, I'm not saying this to be, like, vitriolic or hateful or whatever the fuck. Even though, like, you dumbasses keep arguing with me in, like, YouTube comment sections, being, like, complete idiots and not bothering to engage with any of the points that I have to say. But I digress. I anticipate the exact same thing will fucking happen. It's good to see that there may be some light, some hope. Sure. Some hope at the end of the metaphorical tunnel of the Asmongold sort of slop content maelstrom and position that we find ourselves under, where things can potentially get better and genuinely actually improve. Because, again, Asmongold does not want you to improve, as has been made very clear by Steven here, and as I have also said before. There is a reason why a lot of people call him an emissary from fucking Nurgle. It's because Nurgle represents stagnation and no change. And that's exactly what Asmongold wants out of his fucking viewers. He wants stagnation and absolutely no fucking change, because he knows that if he does have an audience that's capable of change, he's slated to lose that audience. And that's a no-go for him, because guess what? He wants to basically do everything possible to continue living in his squalid life of just sitting around and just fucking rot maxing. That's really, really about it. But yeah, a great video here by Steven. It's fantastic. Maybe there is a light at the end of the tunnel. One can only hope and dream at this point in time. maybe we'll just continue going down the metaphorical cycle of samsara until the proverbial heat death of the universe. Who really knows? But one can only just hope that for some of these people, they will see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they will learn that Asmongold has never had your best interest at heart, and he just only does what he does for money. That's literally it. Don't think there's much else to say besides that. We'll get to FD Signifier later, but not today. But there's always going to be new young people to easily appeal to. I mean, I've said this before, Clay, but the path that Asmongold is down, there is no way out. He is essentially stuck with this sort of position until the end of time. Until his career eventually falls off. Because there is no way out of this. Oh, man. I'm getting attacked by Phlegm Nation pretty badly right now. It's very annoying, and I don't like it. All right. I mean, I've said this before. I mean, like, with Asmongold specifically, Clay, there is no way out. Like, he is essentially going to be stuck in this cycle for the rest of time. Or until his career dies off. It's one of the two. Like, he's stuck with what he's got right now. And what he's got is, well, just kind of dog shit. You're just dog shit, I'm gonna be honest. Oh yeah. And like in all of my videos, they claim that I'm the like overly toxic one because I keep calling them a bunch of like miserable, ostensible fucking losers who no one fucking likes. Which I find to be very, very funny. It's like, bro, I'm just calling a spade, man. There's a reason why nobody fucking likes you people. And nobody should fucking like you people. Like, that's it. I mean, they'd lose the community would instantaneously fall apart. Because with no Asmongold, like, what's left? Most of these people don't really like being around themselves. Like, not really. They hate being around themselves. That's about it. Alright, I think we're ready to start. We're ready to start with this. The people who hate everything hate themselves the most. Oh, absolutely. Zane, abso-fucking-lutely. You're on the money there, buddy. Well, let's not go there exactly, Clay. Who knows exactly? I mean, like, who knows? Yada yada yada. Call the appropriate people. Blah 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 blah. Maybe it'll help them like snap out of the cult that they're essentially in. Who really knows? I mean, anything could fucking happen. But hey, we have tier 4 speed modules now. Which means we're gonna have a big old retrofit. We're gonna retrofit the Void Dragon? Yeah, I think we will. Oh boy. We don't need to put anything in there. Speed 100, and I think these are speed 70. Yes, plus 70. Just so I don't lose any more of the productivity. Yeah, we're just gonna do this. Because it is just beneficial overall. I don't need to do this, but I'm just doing this for continuity's sake. Now, do I want to retrofit all my fucking goddamn ships with the appropriate modules and shit? Not in particular, because that'll take fucking forever. That's that. 1350 water. What the? I'm racist. That's crazy. Slight improvement in terms of our numbers. If we're not that much extra consumption, which is fine. Alright, I'm good with that. Alright. Let's get started, shall we? Oh my goodness. So, it actually fucking happened. Dave Rubin going to talk about some high-level ideas with a bunch of, I think it was like far-left Democrats or something is how Jubilee framed them. Whatever. There was a lot of a cast of characters that Jubilee got their hands on for this episode in particular. Like progressive liberals. I think there was even like quote-unquote MAGA communists or whatever. So LARPers. I think even Cherry was there. I saw her in the crowd during particular snippets and snapshots as well. Now, obviously, normally, I would watch the whole Jubilee video. They're copyright cucks on YouTube. So I ain't gonna do that. So we're just gonna watch a bunch of clips instead. I don't know, don't blame me, blame Jubilee. Fuck you, Jubilee. Whatever. But Dave Rubin, for whatever reason, actually decided to go on Jubilee. And for those who may not know, Dave Rubin is an idiot. Like the period, end of story. He's just really stupid and just wants to make a bunch of money. And he knows that his career is going into the shitter because it turns out nobody really likes gay people in the Republican Party. Shocker, I know. And Dave Rubin, I suppose, is starting to come to the realization that that is the case. And maybe trying to be like, well, you know, I just got to try to establish myself somewhere else. And then I have like a way off the proverbial boat that I decided to put in, or rather the wagon that I proverbially decided to hitch myself to by, I don't know, engaging in all this conservative bullshit. And because I've done the Attack on Grifters episode on Dave Rubin. The only reason why he does any of this stuff is because he just wants money. Like, that's it. Literally, it's just for money. And it doesn't really get any more complicated than that. Dave Rubin is an extremely simple creature. He sees money. He just wants money. Blah, 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 blah. Give him some fucking goddamn money. And that's Dave Rubin in a fucking nutshell. But like I said before, Dave Rubin's strong suit is not really debate. Because Dave Rubin is not a very, very intelligent person. And as we're probably going to see throughout these various debaters, and we're going to see some familiar faces as well, we're going to see just how much of a fucking simpleton Dave Rubin is. So, starting first here with Dave talking about the economy, oh boy, with Parker Get a Job, who's like a more like liberal progressive. He's like one of those TikTok sort of debaters.
What is one main metric that Donald Trump has made better off since he got in office? An example would be GDP, unemployment, inflation, etc.
Right now, first off, the big beautiful bill was just passed last year, and it's kicking in now, right? It's kicking in now. So we are seeing...
So basically, Dave Rubin's already wrong here. Rural hospitals is a byproduct of the One Big Beautiful Bill have been closing ever since the passing of the bill, Dave. So, yeah, it's already kicked in as soon as that shit passed there, buddy.
We're going to now see results of that, like even the tariffs. All right, so let's do tariffs. Are you for or against tariffs?
I'm against the universal tariff. So what's the main metric?
I don't think Dave understands what a universal tariff is because, again, listen, tariffs can work in certain circumstances. They certainly can. If they're targeted and very specific in order to help incentivize a manufacturing base in your own fucking country. Which is exactly what the Chips and Sciences Act is supposed to do. What did Donald Trump rip up during his term in office? The Chips and Sciences Act.
That he made better off?
What?
What's the main metric that he made better off? GDP, unemployment, inflation?
Oh, so by the way, so Mason, shout out to One Hand Politics, of course. But Mason also went on the Majority Report to talk about this, and we'll get to our boy. Obviously, we'll get to our boy Mason. We'll get to our boy, because his bit was also funny. From what I understand, none of these guys knew that they were going to debate Dave Rubin. No one knew. And there were certain parts of it that were cut out. Like, there was a part that was cut out specifically after he was debating Parker. And Parker does a good job. I've seen the clip. Parker does a great job in the debate against Dave Rubin. Because it's like playing chess against a pigeon. He just doesn't know what he's doing. I don't even know Dave Rubin knows where he is half the time. But whatever. It's Dave Rubin. He's not very intelligent or smart. It's a little redundant. Don't know why I said that. Whatever. It's Dave Rubin. He's really fucking dumb. And only cares about just making a bunch of money. Like, that's it. And he's very lazy. And that's, like, the main thing that, like, everyone in TYT has also said about Dave Rubin. It's just, like, the biggest problem with Dave is that he is very lazy. And he just does not really care all that much. He would do everything possible to avoid doing work. And however long he had to prepare for this, it's really obvious and clear. Oh man, he did not prepare at all.
Do you have any idea?
Listen.
Yeah, and from what I understand, you're just constantly laughing at him.
I don't think you do.
Hold on. So
he doesn't.
You're arguing that things economically were better under Joe Biden
At the end of his administration, absolutely.
Yeah. Can you give me
They
an
were.
example of how?
Yeah, GDP growth was better off. Real median wage growth was better off. Inflation was better off at the end of his administration. Unemployment was better off at the end of his administration. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, just this last year under Trump's administration. The inflation, 3.8% year over year since Trump got in office. We're seeing all of those economic indicators become worse off. Can you tell me anything that he's done to make it better off? You say it's broken for Democrats. It sounds like it's broken right now under Trump.
Have you?
This was under his claim saying that Democrats in power will only have broken schools, policies, and cities. And that's obviously not the case.
Looked at the stock market?
It's worse off in terms of growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. If you look at Jow.
Not the best argument, I would say, here from Parker, but in the technical respect, yes, he is correct. Stock market growth is worse under Donald Trump in comparison to that of Joe Biden. But in reality, the reason why the stock market is not a good economic indicator or metric whatsoever is because poor people don't have stocks. Poor people can't afford stuff, Dave. Now, you don't really give a shit because you yourself are rich. You probably are contemptible of poor people. But in reality, Dave, which is what we live in, people are not actually particularly happy with a lot of the with the state of the economy right now. Inflation's terrible, fuel prices are terrible, groceries are unaffordable. People can't buy houses, mortgages are out of control. The car payment loans, people are falling behind of that, and in credit card loans as well. That's the problem. That's the issue.
Dow Jones and S&P 500.
True. Whatever. Stock market's bad. Who cares? I don't think it's the best economic metric, but Dave Rubin brought it up, and yes, it's not even performing well under Donald Trump because, again, he's a fucking idiot, man. He's just a buffoon. But here, I think this was specifically on the Iran war, I think. I've not seen this clip in particular, but would you believe it if Dave Rubin still made himself look like an idiot? It is rumored that his current benefactor may potentially be the Israelis. After losing his Tenet Media deal, after it got busted by the fucking DOJ because he was accepting a bunch of Russian money that he just didn't really give much of a shit about accepting. Yada, yada, yada. Dave Rubin doesn't care so long as he gets money from someone, he doesn't give a shit. The Koch brothers stopped giving him money because of how much of an idiot he was. He was not a very, very effective propagandist. The Blaze also stopped giving him money as well because of his surrogacy. So that was another revenue stream of his that was also lost. I don't know if Dave really has any sponsors. I don't think many people really want to sponsor Dave because of, again, the fact that he's gay and he has kids through a surrogacy, and that's like a no-go under conservatives, which is why it's really funny that he's a conservative, but whatever. Even though he's like, well, no, I don't call myself a conservative at all. I'm a classical liberal. It's like, no, you're conservative, bro. Shut up. That's a bunch of cope. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. He's just really bad at propaganda, and he makes himself look like an idiot, like, all the time. Like, all the fucking time. But I'm going off on a little bit of a tangent here. What do we have here?
So let's start. Well, first off, the disastrous war, the quote-unquote disastrous war that you're talking about. You're talking about a 40-day military operation that stopped an apocalyptic regime from getting a nuclear bomb and exporting.
No evidence at all whatsoever that the Iranians were any closer to getting a fucking nuke. The Ayatollah that was assassinated called a fatwa on the construction of a nuclear weapon. So they weren't planning on building one. And this is a line that the Israelis have been constantly parroting over and over and over again. American intelligence has also been saying that they're not building a nuke and are nowhere near close to building a nuke. But whatever. Israel doesn't give a shit about that. The Israelis have been consistently talking about and consistently saying for the past 30 years, they're building a nuke, they're building a nuke, they're building a nuke. Well, if that's the case, Dave, and they're building a nuke, they're building a nuke, they're building a nuke, why are the Iranians not any closer to having said nuke? Like, you have to ask yourself this question, Dave. Like, okay, Israel has been constantly saying for the past 30 years that they've been building this nuke and that they're about to have the nuke, but they still don't have the nuke. So what's going on here? Who's lying? And I honestly think it's probably the fucking Israelis. Pretty safe bet to make.
Terrorism throughout the world, and we're now in an economic embargo of them, right? We've basically done a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. So to say it's a disastrous war.
Well, more like the United States is doing a coat blockade of the blockade that the Iranians are doing.
We've done a blockade.
We did lose. Hang on. We did lose 13. We did lose 13 of our soldiers, and that is
and killed over
terrible.
200 children.
But
that's true. A bunch of children got murdered in the first days of the war. There was a school of about 160 children that got hit by a U.S. Tomahawk missile because of the United States operating with a bunch of old maps.
Well, things happen in war, right? Yeah. Well, things do.
All of the reports, Dave, have said that the United States was operating with old maps. They thought there was an old naval administrative building where that school got bombed, Dave, by that Tomahawk, Dave, that killed 160 schoolgirls, Dave. Okay, dude.
Do happen in war. You can laugh at that. Hold on. Listen, you want to talk?
No, if Donald Trump wanted to prevent the Islamic Republic of Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, he could have just stuck with the Iran nuclear deal that he ripped up. Iran did not.
I mean, that guy couldn't have said it better than myself.
Iran did not enrich past the 3.67. Wait, they didn't enrich past the 3.67% agreed upon in the JCPOA. They only got to 60% after Donald Trump left that deal.
Bro is just spitting, by the way. The IAEA, just to add some additional context, did 11 separate inspections of the Iranians, and they followed the deal to a letter. 11 out of 11 times. Dave, if they ever deviated, then they would have. They would have kept enriching uranium. But they didn't. Yeah.
I'm impressed with your talking points. You got impressive talking points, and you memorized them well. They're not correct, but I am impressed.
Okay.
Then disprove them, Dave.
First off, the Iranians admitted in the negotiations.
Oh, it's that Unfuck America tour dumbass. I know her. She's a bit of an idiot. Whatever. Side thing.
Right before the war started, that they were enriching past what they were allowed to. That's number one. Number two, can you...
Well, after they ripped up the deal, Dave. Like, after Trump ripped up the deal in 2017 because of, guess who? The Israelis convincing him to do it. Saying that Iran was still building a fucking nuke, despite the fucking deal. And Trump wanted to get rid of the deal anyways because he wanted to have his own deal with his like gold fucking stamp on it to get a Nobel Peace Prize because he was jealous of the fact that Barack Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize. Because that's who we're dealing with, a petty narcissistic child.
Can you agree or verify their claims? It's one thing.
Yeah, oh, by the way, I believe in, and this is throughout the entirety of this Jubilee episode, there were, I think it was the most fact checks that was ever done on the debater. Like, done on Dave Rubin specifically. There were, from what I understand, from what Mason said in his Majority Report interview, One Hand Politics, shout out, of course, he had the most fucking fact checks ever in a recorded episode of Surrounded. And it was on Dave Rubin because he just does not know what he's talking about because he's an idiot. What IAEA reports and U.S. analysis show Iran did not enrich uranium beyond the JCPOA's 3.6% limit until after Trump pulled the U.S. out of the nuclear deal. Iran started exceeding that cap in 2019 in response to the withdrawal, which, yeah, that makes sense. They probably took some time to get the necessary aluminum tubes to further enrich that uranium with the electromagnetic rods, probably to further enrich the uranium in order to, well, go beyond that 3.6% threshold that was used for civilian purposes and, well, power generation. Because that's what they were being used for before. And that's what the deal was essentially keeping in place. And was successful in keeping in place. Until Trump got rid of it. Because he's an idiot.
Thing to say, oh, this is what we're doing, this is what we are agreed to, etc. But you have to be able to verify that. And the idea that we have people on the ground, or the UN, or some third-party organization that can verify what they're actually doing.
The IAEA.
Then why did they pass the inspection 11 out of 11 times then, Dave? Okay, bro.
Assessments agree with me. And Tulsi Gabbard, our Director of National Intelligence, testified in front of Congress last year, and according to the entire intelligence community, Iran did not have a nuclear weapons program.
Okay.
That's true. I do remember yeah, I think I know exactly what he's fucking talking about here. Where, yeah, Tulsi Gabbard herself said, like, yeah, we have no evidence of them having a nuke. Because, again, like, the fucking... the Ayatollah called a fatwa on it, man. I'm like, okay, bro, whatever.
That they didn't have a nuclear weapons program. They were enriching past the point that they were allowed to for civilian use. Everyone knows that. But allow me... But do you understand?
Yes, but does that necessarily mean that it's going to be weapons grade? Because it's 90+%. We know that they had a couple 100 kilograms of 60+%. Now that's enough to make some dirty bombs, but not for any actual, like, weapons grade, like, nuclear weapons. Like, none of that yet, Dave. That this is how this works, Dave. I know this is very kind of difficult for you to understand, Dave, because you're not very bright.
The weaponization process is different than just enriching.
Do you think the Iranian regime before this war, the Iranian regime...
There's another fucking fact check.
...regime that has oppressed the people of Iran for 40 years. Do you think that was a good regime? Would you say that was a good government? Would you like to live under those...
That's not the fucking point, Dave. Also, Dave, why the fuck why is the Ayatollah and the Islamic Revolution even in place right now in power? Could it be because of some meddling by the United States of America from their coup on Mohammad Mossadegh? No. Nah, he doesn't know about that.
Those people, were they progressive in any way? Do they hold any of the values that any of you guys
nonsense.
hold?
No, but we don't just...
That's the dumbass fucking hypocrisy burn that a lot of these idiots generally pull out when they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about.
We don't just start wars on countries whose politics we disagree with or who are oppressive to their own people. We were actually an ally to Saudi Arabia.
That's actually, I would have liked to have continued hearing that point because, oh my god, that's a really, really, really good fucking goddamn point. Yeah, the fucking Saudi Arabians in the United States, if we pretend to be this proponent of liberal democracy, like... The Saudis just gave women within Saudi Arabia the ability to get licenses and be able to drive recently, Dave. If you care so much about liberal fucking progressivism. What do you want, Sacrificial MILF? What do you want to annoy me with? Okay, get your annoyance out. Fucking say your why are you gay? Fucking do your Dabubu spam. Do your fucking LARP. Yeah, there you go. Fucking the fucking Sacrificial MILF out here in her mid-30s acting like a child, saying like, Daho, I want to annoy you. I want to annoy you. It's like, okay, Jesus. You don't have to be like my little sister or something. What the heck's going on here? That's crazy. You're never up this late. What? Shouldn't you be in bed or something? Don't you have children? What is it? I don't have these responsibilities. I'm a degenerate. Oh, man. You think that's supposed to offend me?
You have fucking crossed the line.
Listen. Okay, listen, Sacrificial MILF. I know that some women tend to be sensitive about their age. Like, I didn't want to just go, like, full guns a-blazing saying you're pushing 40 and you're acting this way, okay? Because that's what I wanted to say. Oh, man. Oh, man, that's funny. Listen, Daho, I'm also pushing 40. Is your name Sacrificial MILF?
Dummy.
All the fucking Boy Meets Mini heads are now here. Fucking, where's the Esper kicking? What's going on here? Yeah, old heads are now in. But anyway. Boy Meets Mini can be a MILF too. I mean, he could be if he transitions. That's true. Boy Meets Mini officially trans? What the? She's transing? We're so proud of her. Holy MILF. It's true. You are the sacrificial one. Yeah, listen, Zane. You got to be careful wielding the unk around Boy Meets Mini because unk has multiple connotations for Boy Meets Mini specifically, for Indians specifically. That's true. You're basically saying that Boy Meets Mini is like a fucking Brahmin. That's fucked up. Boy Meets Mini is not a Brahmin. Yeah, you have levels of unk. Like, we just know, like, unk as in hot old. But for Indians, that shit's a whole fucking tiering system. I can't believe that Zane would be so unwoke. Anywho. We have to continue shitting on Dave Rubin. So, continuing on with our Dave Rubin misadventures, I would have really liked to have continued hearing this point here by this jabroni over here. Because listen, bro was probably about to hit something specifically about like Saudi Arabia, which was obviously correct, blah, 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 blah. America, in terms of like pushing liberal, woke, progressive values and who it allies with is whatever. It's a bunch of hooey, it's a bunch of poppycock. Geopolitics. It's a poker game where everyone is cheating. Dave and David, the Battle of the Daves, are talking about fucking wokeism. Because one of fucking Dave Rubin's points, stupid points, is saying that, like, wokeism has done more damage to America than Trump. His 4 claims are really fucking stupid, guys. Like, really, really dumb. But, I don't know. A woke libtard is going to now talk about being woke or something. I don't know. Whatever. What is this?
Do you think it's authoritarian for the President of the United States to call for the death of 6 active members of the legislature for making a video that is totally fine and legal? I just quickly wanted to recognize.
True.
I love this, by the way. You have a very unconventional help.
Which is true, by the way. I think it was like Mark Kelly and some other jabronis. I think Lisa Slotkin as well. It was like some other guys. Like, whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, they were saying, like, hey, if you're an active military service member in the United States of America, it is fine for you to disobey orders if you believe that they are unlawful. That is a legal thing for them to say. They can are allowed to say that. And Pete Hegseth, I think 2 times, basically tried to revoke or like take away Mark Kelly's like status within the military, which was a very strange response.
Household. And wokeism has brought you that husband, right? To have
it's
a
true.
husband, to have your 2 children, or conceived through surrogacy, and I appreciate
wokeism
that.
didn't bring that. Equal rights.
So
brought that,
wokeism is,
equality.
as I
What? Wait. Wokeism brought you equal rights, Dave. The reason why you can have a husband is because of Obergefell v. Hodges, Dave. And they're trying to take that shit away from you, Dave. They're trying to destroy your fucking marriage, Dave. Okay, man. Whatever.
define it, as I do it personally, is looking to expand on already existing civil liberties, right? To ensure that, to ensure America practices what it preaches, equal protections, inclusion of everybody, democracy, etc. So it's not a policy prescription, it's a social prescription. Donald Trump is president. He's the head of the executive branch. He has a trifecta, a judiciary that's on his side. Donald Trump's violent. Donald Trump's destroying the pillars of America, democracy, negative rights, the rule of law, our constitution, the list goes on and on. So I'm just curious to see what institutional damage has wokeism done, and if you want to engage with Trump being violent, that'd be nice.
Well, I mean, I just don't agree with anything you said there, period. First off, wokeism isn't what led to, say, gay marriage. What led to gay marriage is a fight for equality under the law.
Oh my fucking Lord, man. Oh. Okay. Dave, do you know what the Stonewall riots are? That helped you get fucking gay marriage. Like, being loud and fucking proud and wokeism is how gay people get seen and how they push that legislation to try to get into law, Dave. That's how it unironically fucking works. But okay, man. Sure. God, he's so stupid. Yes, wokeism also allowed him to adopt a kid. Like, what? It's Dave Rubin. He's like a literal fucking pea brain.
If you believe that heterosexual marriage, that an adult should be able to engage in any sort of contract with another adult, then that has to be equal. That's what equal protection, which you just mentioned, is, and that's actually what the decision was based on.
Yes.
So that was not wokeism. That was the promise of America, which is the promise of individual rights and equal opportunity.
Yes, but the point is, Dave, is that people did not think it was equal under the law, and that the law should be used in order to discriminate against gay marriage. Dave, do you know what sodomy laws are? Texas tried to bring back their sodomy laws. You fucking idiot.
A few of the other things that you said there, again, if we could do that, you want to do the ramping again.
No, I said Donald Trump is violent.
Yeah, so Donald Trump is violent in what sense?
Yeah, so I also want to mention the reason why you left the left, correct me if I'm wrong, is because you believe progressives were turning to authoritarianism. Am I correct there?
I mean,
that was your you said you can't deny it.
Settle down, Chip. There was a panoply of reasons that I did.
That's one of them, correct?
Yeah.
No, there was not a panoply of reasons. The main reason was because he thought that progressives were becoming authoritarian by pushing fucking wokeism, whatever the fuck that means. No. Dave just wanted to make more money. That's like literally it.
Do you think it's authoritarian for the president of the United States to call for the death of 6 active members of the legislature for making a video that is totally fine and legal?
It's interesting. Oh, well, first off, you're talking about the video where they basically Mark Kelly and several of these guys were basically saying if you're in the military, you can go against Trump and all those things. Well, first off, there are some.
No, that's not what they said, Dave. They said that if you believe that you are being given an unlawful order, you have the right and it is your duty to disobey. That's what he said.
Legal, actual reasons that perhaps you should not, as a former member of
Fake
the military,
news.
be telling.
Yeah, the punishment for making videos is death. I forgot.
I'm Donald Trump. All you need to know about, for any one of you guys that think that Donald Trump's coming for you because you're gay or you're trans or something like that, or you're black or anything else, might I recommend you just read Art of the Deal, which Donald Trump wrote about 40 years ago.
It's terrible. He's just discussing his activities.
Okay, but you can dismiss it. You can dismiss it. But Donald Trump gave you his playbook 40 plus years ago.
I don't know what like Donald Trump's like fucking dumbass book really has to do with any of this shit. Like, okay. He made a book, guys. Sure, bro. Okay. Cool. Yeah, he didn't fucking write it. Like, if you think Donald Trump has the ability to sit there and write a fucking goddamn book, boy, do I got a bridge to sell you.
40 plus years ago, he gave you the playbook on how he negotiates. He leads with crazy
This is irrelevant to what I'm
things.
currently talking about,
No,
right?
it's completely.
No, you asked me about damage. I can give you examples, but you don't want them because you know you're going to get fried.
No,
that is the truth.
It's completely
Donald Trump tried to rewrite the
It's-
Constitution, the executive order, with Executive Order 14160, and it was followed up by 14161, where they used this to target individuals for pro-Palestinian speech, like Mahmoud Khalil, and this was already ruled upon, by the way.
all right.
I'm sure you
This
know
is
about
true.
this, right?
Okay,
But
first
you
off,
tried to
there is-
rewrite the Constitution, the executive order. Can the
I have bad news for you, David. Dave does not know about any of that shit. He does not know about that.
President do that?
There's a
Did the
difference.
president do
Hold
that?
on. There's a
Gotta
difference
let him
between
talk.
exercising free
Please
speech.
not answer.
There's a difference between exercising free speech and closing down a campus and not letting students get. You're an interesting character.
What the fuck does the Palestinian protests have to do with any of that shit? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh no, some fucking jabronis made drum circles and blocked parts of a fucking campus. That's the point of a protest, Dave. It's meant to be inconvenient to people. So then you get attention on the fucking whatever. Stupid.
Yeah. No, you seem nice. There's a difference between exercising free speech, which I will always defend your free speech, no matter how noxious it is,
president
and
doesn't.
closing down
defending the
campuses.
president.
No, they weren't.
Yes.
No, Mahmoud
Yes.
Khalil and all of these masked
He was almost
Hamas
supported with
jihadis.
no cause. And
Hamas jihadis. Yeah, man, totally. The guys who are smoking weed and like playing on their drums. Mass jihadis.
literally in the documents of the case.
Yeah, he just, okay. He doesn't know what the documents of the case is. I mean, Dave Rubin doesn't believe in free speech. He also would sell his own marriage up fucking shit creek if he fucking could. He does not give a fuck. Again, if Dave Rubin could make a lot more money, he would definitely sell out his fucking marriage. He doesn't give much of a flying fuck. He could care less. What is this? We got some more shit on Israel fucking Palestine here, which Dave Rubin definitely does not know anything about. Let's take a look.
The war is over. The war's over.
No, it's
What do you mean?
very much
There's
no.
a ceasefire. There's not one Israeli in Gaza. The hostages are home.
No, and no. No. There's still hostages. Like, Israel keeps talking about how there's a bunch of hostages there. I believe that even American intelligence confirms that there's still some hostages there, or at least the bodies of hostages, after Israel bombed them. Whatever. There are still attacks happening in Gaza literally every single day. Dave. So, those are still happening. Dave. Do you read anything at all, Dave? Like, do you? I don't think he does.
Trump made several campaign promises to his voters
Mhm.
that he hasn't come through on, and yet we continue to hear you guys bootlick him all the time. And it's very
Well,
frustrating
the
to me that
topic
you're
is the
not
modern
holding-
left cares more about ideology.
Yeah, and I disagree with the claim.
Yeah.
I think the modern right
Mhm.
cares more about ideology. I mean,
Yeah, what
let's
is
look
that
at
ideology?
let's look
That's
at some of the
true.
things that Trump ran on, right?
Yeah.
He ran on America First campaign, and then he bombs Venezuela. Then he doesn't end the war in Israel, even though he promised he was going to do that.
What
He
do you mean?
starts a
The war is
conflict.
over.
In fact, he also promised in the first 24 hours of his administration, just to help out the point even further, yes, I also remember her from Patrick Bet David as well. I think she's like a socialist or something. But she also, Trump also said he was going to end the war in Ukraine in the first 24 hours. It's been about a year and a half. War's still on in Ukraine. What happened? I thought it was 24 hours. It's not ended. Yeah, it didn't matter. He just used that to try to get into power. That's it.
The war's over.
No, it's
What do you mean?
very much
There's
no.
a ceasefire. There's not one Israeli in Gaza. The hostages are home. There's
No,
a
that
reconstruction
is
that's beginning.
absolutely not true.
What
That
do
is
you-
No, Israel, unironically, is still bombing Gaza to this day. They still are. They're still doing attacks, right? All the fucking time. I mean, okay, because with Dave Rubin, it's one of two things. Either he doesn't know because he's stupid, or he's being malicious. Because part of a smaller, but this was another reason why he ended up also leaving TYT in the left, quote unquote, was because of his pro-Israeli positions. That's why. I mean, honestly, Boy Meets Smitty, you say he has to know, but does he really? Does he really? We are talking about Dave Rubin here.
fundamentally false.
Wait, you're saying there are hostages in Gaza right now and the war is continuing?
The
right now?
conflict has continued. Yes, there have continued to be bombs. And
They're
moving on.
bombing Gaza right now. That's what you're
Yes.
telling me?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not true.
I mean, I know
That's
you
not
get your
true.
news from
That's not
Grok,
true.
but
Yeah,
this is a fact that is continuing to happen.
Oh, that's right. Oh, wait, I completely forgot. Yeah, for some reason, a lot of these, dumb fuck idiot conservative pundits, and Jillian Michaels also admitted this on, Sam Cedars' debate as well. She does a lot of her fact checks with ChatGPT. which is wrong all the time about everything, but whatever. Dave doesn't care about that. Neither is Jillian Michaels, because she's an idiot. But Dave Rubin gets all his facts from fucking Grok, which is not a reliable narrator whatsoever, because a lot of the sources Grok uses are from right-leaning sources, consistently. So Grok is not really a great arbiter of truth at all whatsoever. In fact, it's a pretty bad one. In fact. But does Dave know that? No.
So he promises to be America first, right? He doesn't end the war in Israel. He starts a war in Iran while simultaneously defunding the VA, right? So he's sending people to go fight an unnecessary war while defunding the organization and the institution that helps those people. That's not America first at all. He said he was going to be tough on crime, especially immigrants, but he pardons the president of Honduras, who was literally in jail for smuggling 400 tons of cocaine into the US.
This is a very good point.
He's going to drain the swamp, and then he puts Cash Patel in, who's drunk at work. Then he puts Pam Bondi in, who's a fucking numpty, right? She ain't doing shit. Then he puts Christy Noem and a big booby boyfriend in, right? He didn't.
Oh my lord. Because it is true, but by the way. Yeah, from iPad kids to GPT adults. That's a good point, Smitty. But yeah, like, I've said this before and I'll say it again, but this is the administration of clout chasers and wannabe fucking social media influencers. Sean Duffy, who's the transportation secretary, spent 7 months filming a fucking road trip across America for a show that he was having. And it's just like, brother, what the fuck are we doing? You're the transportation secretary, and you took 7 months off of work? Okay, bro. Nice meme. Sean Duffy, former reality TV star.
More than enough for the country.
That's you. Whoa. You think in 4 years a president's only responsibility is to close the borders? He's supposed to be running the free world. He's supposed to be running the entire country. That's all you care about is the border?
If you have a slow, soft invasion of your country happening, then at the very least you can close the borders and start kicking out the people who are not supposed to be here.
Okay, but you just.
It's stupid. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Let's not even just completely take out the fact that the reason why there was an influx of migrants from Venezuela specifically was because of Donald Trump's coup in 2019. Let's just completely fucking ignore that. Dave, that's not the responsibility of the president. The president is supposed to be the commander-in-chief. He's supposed to be able to make the final decisions with the military and give out orders for the fucking military, right? That's one of the responsibilities of the president. The other responsibility of the president is to be the steward of the fucking Constitution. And guess what? He ain't being a steward of the fucking Constitution. He flagrantly breaks it every day with his fucking administration. So, like, he's not doing the job of the fucking presidency at all. He's just doing whatever the fuck he wants because there's been such an abdication of power from Congress. And that's the fucking main problem, Dave, that a lot of people have, specifically with you and your conservative ilk. None of you people are fucking honest.
Right? So
Donald, the only thing that Trump did is close the borders, that would be an effective presidency to you?
In and of itself, closing the border is by far the most important thing that had to happen.
Absolutely.
By far.
So you don't care
we
that,
had an invasion into this country. 16 to 20 million people, on top of the fact that we...
It's very stupid, by the way.
Diva, so you don't care that he just cut $1 trillion from Medicaid. You don't care that he defended the EPA. You don't care that he defended the VA. You don't care that he...
But that's besides the point.
None of those things.
Justice Day. Yeah, we know you don't care about that shit at all because you're a fucking rich-ass fucking loser. Yeah, we know, Dave. We know.
You don't care. It's just as long as he does immigration, you're happy. That's delusional.
That is fucking delusional. But then again, it's Dave Rubin, and his brain is very, very slow, man. But look at this. It's our boy, our man's. It is Mason. He got to fucking debate with the fucking Roopster. I have always wanted to fucking talk with the Roopster so badly. I mean, this is a standard here from our boy here, Mason at One Hand Politics. Shout out, friend of the show, blah blah blah. And he oh boy, he sure does love debating Dave fucking Rubin. Dave Rubin is, again, without really mincing our words, to be honest. He is an incredibly dim-witted individual. He is very stupid. And it's one of those things where I sit there and I wonder to myself, like, oh, Dave, how do you, like, do anything? How do you work at night? I'm going to be honest. How? How do you function? It's just very, very strange. But whatever. It's Dave Rubin. He's very dim-witted. But here, Mason putting, I think he went on to talk with Dave Rubin twice, and this is, I guess, one of his fucking segments. Why don't we take a look?
I'm really a big fan. I've been watching you since, like, all the way back in the Sam Harris era.
Oh, yeah?
And then I remember you
softening me up, okay.
No, you brought
okay.
on, like, Stephen Mulhugh, like the white nationalist, and I was like, this guy just loves ideas. He just loves all different types
So many ideas.
But yeah, just wanted
Loves
to
ideas.
about the difference between progressive values and the MAGA coalition.
Sure.
It seems to me that all of the ills that are attributed to wokeism are typically things that people find annoying. So people being overly, policey about their pronoun usage or talking about specific groups that might seem extremely marginalized. That's what I typically hear from the right. I don't hear like a degradation of like society unless it's the far theocratic right.
So it's funny, I get called a conservative all the time. I actually happen to be a liberal in the truest sense of
yeah, I'm a liberal, guys.
Well, progressives are not liberal as a general rule of thought. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I just feel like that type of like annoyance that wokeism presents to the world is a lot less dangerous than like, I don't know, the coalition that you're a part of that like condemns people for having children when they're in gay marriages or says things like, people that are of particular sexual orientations don't deserve the same equal rights. Would you say that that's something that's dangerous?
A coalition can have all sorts of people in it. So
it's like
MAGA, if we were talking
ideological
about
diversity.
if we were talking about what MAGA is, what I like about MAGA actually is that it's not a specific set of you have to believe this exact set, right? You have to believe
That's not the case whatsoever. Dave, they unironically want to take your fucking children away because they think of you as like a degenerate freak. They think of you as like this fucking abomination. Like, unironically. Like, Dave, you have to understand, bro. They want to take your fucking kids away. Like, unironically. These, like, MAGA cultist fucking weirdos. But I don't think... Guys, I don't think Dave Rubin cares about that, guys.
So some people in MAGA can believe like gay couples can have kids, and others can believe like that's degeneracy and those people need to be jailed.
Just see what they said.
By the way, like I said before, part of the reason why Dave Rubin lost his position with the Blaze, for example, is because of the fact that his far-right benefactors at the Blaze did not like the fact that he was, he had a fucking kid via surrogacy. Same with a lot of conservatives. They did not like the fact that he had a kid via fucking surrogacy, and as a byproduct, they thought, this guy's a fucking weirdo degenerate who's trying to have kids in an unnatural sort of way. And as a result, they essentially kicked him out of the conservative movement.
About that pedophile couple that are trafficking kids. What was her name again?
Are you talking about Dave Rubin?
Oh, Dave Rubin. That's it. Yeah, Dave Rubin. Yeah. Coming soon, baby one. Where did they steal this kid from? That's two men.
Thank you for making the exact same point that I just made, Mason.
Two men are gay.
Yeah,
they can't have kids.
it's got to pop out first, and then that's when they snatch it.
Oh, that's when they steal it.
Yeah, that's when they steal it. But that's like plotting a crime right there. So somebody should probably do something about.
Again, that's just not how surrogacy works. But then again, I'm not really expecting fucking like MAGA dipshits to understand that because they all think it's degenerate. No, it's basically like someone else deciding to give birth of the kid for the family. That's like literally it, right? It's a, hey, can I just borrow your womb real quick? Yeah, I mean, it sounds really crass and crude to put it that way, but like in essence, that's basically how it works.
That.
Well, those are like the different ideas.
Well, actually, the tough answer to that is yes. You want to talk about the trans issue sort of broadly?
I want to talk about the MAGA coalition.
What I can tell you,
individual liberty, yet wants to police the way that people express
But what are they doing?
That also wants to police people's bodies. That want to go after people specifically because of their ethnicity. None of that should be
Donald Trump.
Which again, specifically, the Republican Party has been doing ever since the passing of the Civil Rights era, after the Southern Switch. But does Dave Rubin know about any of that? No.
Trump is in the middle of his second term. Gay marriage is here. It's passed. It's a just cause. I believe in individual.
Wait, you're friends with Michael Knowles, right?
Like, by the way, real fucking quick here. Here's funny thing about what he was saying there. Dave, if you are so completely and utterly concerned about this in particular, right? If you cared even like one iota about, like, I don't know, wanting to take care of gay marriage and all this fun stuff and whatnot. Blah, 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 blah. Why the fuck do you comply with anything from fucking MAGA, right? Under the Republican Party, with Trump in power, gay marriage, its approval amongst Republicans has gone down to the mid-40s. So if you say, quote unquote, that MAGA, for example, cares so much about wanting to allow gay people to be able to have their rights to marry, well, it doesn't seem like the polling really reflects that, does it, Dave? Well, that's a little interesting. So then there's an inconsistency here. So do they believe in a bunch of different things, or do they just want to have power for the sake of having power and immiserate a bunch of people while they have that power? Because that's what I think it actually is. But again, Dave doesn't care about that because he's an idiot.
Yeah, so what's that coalition again called? I think it's like Less Equal, that's trying to actually get rid of Obergefell and overturn gay marriage rights. Does that not concern you?
Well, first off, I've never heard of that specific organization, but Michael is part of. I just don't know what you're talking about. But what I would say is no.
It's Lila Rose.
I think, is it called Less Than? Actually, you know what? Why don't we check for Mason? Fuck it. Why not? Why don't we take a look? Less Than Michael Knowles. Okay, Mason screwed up the name, but whatever. It's actually called the Greater Than Campaign. And yes, Michael Knowles is a part of this, right? What? Greater Than Campaign. I think it's on GLAAD. What is this? Coalition of about 47 anti-LGBTQ organizations launched a new campaign to end marriage equality. Their goal is to overturn Obergefell v. Hodges, the 2015 Supreme Court case that granted the freedom to marry all for LGBTQ people across the United States. And the spokespeople for the coalition, some of the people who are part of this. Well, there's Allie Beth Stuckey. Lot of fucking conservatives here. State coalition members. Family Planted Family. Oh, there it is. Daily Wire and spokesman Michael Knowles. Well, Dave, it would appear that you have some explaining to do, because it looks like, in fact, yes, Michael Knowles is trying to rip apart your fucking marriage. Keep in mind, this is also the same guy who literally had Ben Shapiro tell him in front of his face, saying like, no, I would not go to your gay wedding. Actually, I don't think going to your gay wedding is really conducive to my religion whatsoever.
Was Michael Knowles?
Well, first off, Michael and I are friends, but there is a cap on our friendship. There actually
is. Friends with someone who doesn't want you to be in love, my man.
He doesn't want me to be in love. He's had dinner at my house with his wife. My husband cooked for him.
That's against God.
Okay, why the fuck does that matter, Dave? Brother, he wants to rip apart your fucking marriage. You fucking dunce. But, like, you know, he had dinner once at my house, and that was, like, pretty nice. So, you know, that totally means that, you know, Michael Knowles would never want to rip apart my marriage because of that, guys, you know? You guys, do we get that? You know, higher level ideas? You know, it's really important. Like, okay, bro. Nice meme. Good one.
God, yeah. So I want to have
but think about what you're saying. Think about what you're saying. In your name, wait. Hold on, champ. You know, in your world of how tolerant you are showing me you're actually showing a remarkable amount of intolerance, because although I don't know the group that you're talking.
This is the most fucking idiotic bull. Dave, you can literally fucking Google this. It's Greater Than Michael Knowles. Once I actually figured out what the name of the organization was, it took me less than 30 seconds to find the fact that Michael Knowles is a part of an organization that is unironically trying to take your rights away from you. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Talking about Michael Knowles as a human being has been to my house, and my husband has cooked him lamb, and we have enjoyed evenings together and shared.
By the way, because here's the fucking thing with a lot of these like snowflakes, because this is what this is specifically. This is fucking snowflake behavior, and this is because it seems like Jillian Michaels, for example, with Dave Rubin, they're like actual genuine friends. Shocker, I know, but. The thing with a lot of these two dipshits in particular, with like both Jillian Michaels and also Dave Rubin, they just don't like the fact that people are mean to them because of how stupid they are. Because what if I were to tell you, Dave Rubin is incredibly, incredibly unintelligent, which is the primary reason for as to why a lot of people, broadly speaking, make fun of him about as much as they do.
Personal moments and all of those things. Now, do we agree on absolutely everything? Of course, the answer to that is no. And if Michael or anyone else was trying to lead some organization that was going to go against my civil rights, well, that is where obviously we would have our differences.
I mean, listen. Daily Wire and spokesman Michael Knowles, Greater Than Campaign, coalition of 47 anti-LGBT organizations. And by the way, this shit was set up in this year, Dave. This wasn't even fucking 5 months ago, bro. Jesus Christ, man.
I mean, of course, but I also respect people's religious beliefs. They're allowed to have their religious beliefs. Their religious beliefs are not allowed to
There's literally nothing in the Bible that explicitly says that you can't fucking have gay marriage. There's just like nothing in the Bible. Stupid.
Legislate my life. This is all very separate from the trans thing, which obviously I sense is going to come up a few more times.
I'll just say real quick, I'm not trying to come after you. I believe that you should have the full liberty to have the family of your choice. But what I will say is I'm glad Michael treats you with respect individually when you guys are together. But when he goes in front of his platform and says that a video of 2 gay men having a child is the most disgusting thing that he's ever seen, which is a quote, you can look up the tweet. Michael said that that child is in one of the most dangerous situations he can think of. Which
this
is
true.
The abusive parents that actually live in this.
But by the way, I believe that was something, and when he talked about this on the Majority Report, that was something that Michael Knowles said about 3 months ago. 3 months ago, Dave. Some friends you keep around, don't you? I mean, this is just the Dave Rubin sort of standard, right? He's essentially supposed to act as nothing more than a fucking doormat
in the society, regardless of sexual orientation, and you're gonna look at a happy family and say this is disgusting.
Oh, there we go. On April 16th, 2026, Michael Knowles posted on Twitter that a clip of 2 gay men in Nashville with the baby they had via surrogacy was the most horrifying video I've ever seen in my life. Dave, and then he released a video about it in April 17th, man. That was about a month and a half ago, Dave. A month and a half! Okay, bro.
That should feel like a violation.
Okay, so I didn't see that video, but if what you're asking me is...
They shouldn't see, guys.
Let's just say what you said is true. Do I agree with...
There's a post about it, man. This campaign was made like 5 months ago, bro. How lazy can one man be? I thought I was a lazy motherfucker. I guess Dave has beaten me to that.
Michael's point on that, of course the answer is no.
But that is the MAGA coalition.
That is the MAGA coalition. But then again, Dave Rubin doesn't give a shit about that because, again, fucking idiot. And I think, like, during the last part of this, he decided to try to bring it back to, like, culture war, like, trans talking points or something, and he also failed miserably in that as well. But whatever. It's Dave Rubin. He's an idiot. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Dave, you are an embarrassment. Why the fuck did you think this was a good idea? Like, when talking about Iran, you looked like an idiot. When talking about the economy, you looked like an idiot. When talking about fucking wokeism and authoritarianism, you looked like an idiot. When talking about corruption, you look like an idiot. It doesn't matter. In every fucking instance, Dave Rubin could look like an absolute fucking dope. He would look like an absolute fucking dope. Which is why I just don't understand why he thought in his heart of hearts this was a good idea. Because this is not a good idea. we all know that your career is like falling apart and fucking failing because of the fact that conservatives don't fuck with you, little bro, and they never fucked with you, little bro, because they are conservatives, and conservatives just fucking hate gay people, and they hate the fact that you are who you are, Dave. And that's the thing that we keep consistently pointing out over and over and over again. But Dave doesn't really give much of a shit about that, because in reality, he makes a bunch of fucking goddamn money. That's all he fucking cares about, is the fact that he makes money. That's it. Which is why you should never have respect for someone like Dave Rubin under any sort of circumstance. And you should just keep making fun of him and calling him the stupid, idiotic moron that he is. Because again, Dave Rubin is incredibly fucking stupid. He is a moron. And it's one of those situations where you should just look at him and be like, oh, brother, God, this guy's a fucking idiot, bro. Like, what are we doing here? Why is he the way that he is? Jesus fucking Christ. And he really is probably like one of the most embarrassing individuals I think I have ever seen as a like political fucking content creator, or just as like a grifter in general, because it's very clear what he has always existed for as a individual, and that is to just be a doormat for the right. That's it. Allow them to justify and co-sign all the fucking terrible shit they say about him consistently. That is it. And that's the point, Boy Meets Mini. Yet he has $5 fucking million. It's a fucking cruel world out there. It truly is, Boy Meets Mini. Where you could just be like a complete doormat for the right. Everyone hates you. No one likes you. And you're irrelevant basically in your career, but you still get a bunch of fucking money because you're willing to be that fucking doormat. Which Dave Rubin plays that role to a fucking T. And he is extremely fucking pathetic when he does it. And it's a genuine embarrassment. And I will just keep laughing at him for how much of a genuine embarrassment he truly is. Don't think there's like really much else to say besides, Dave, time's a ticking. And eventually, all these conservatives that pretended that we're your friends are going to drop you like the sack of rocks that you actually are. Lovely. Oh my goodness, we still have more segments to do. I'm going to grab some water. Oh man, it's time to talk about Foid of War. Are we ready to talk about Foids? So I asked the chat this, and I was thinking on, do we want to watch like some anti-woke dumbasses video as a follow-up of all the dunking on all these fucking morons that we're going to be doing, or what?
The American people are tired of women.
If you got time. It is 1:30 in the morning. And I do want to cover the just female. That's it. Because I was thinking about doing a Rev Says Desu. Actually, how long is the Rev Says Desu video talking about this whole fucking bullshit? I've been meaning to shit on this moron. For a while now. Why does this moron have 751,000 subscribers? Whatever. 17 minutes. Do I want to listen to 17 minutes of the same inane prattle that we're probably going to be covering in like so many tweets or whatever? Do we want to do that? Do we care? Because Rev Says This was, like, very boring. Wait, how many fucking videos does this guy have? 2.6k videos. Oh boy. It's all the same fucking dog shit as well. Well, no one's answering the question. Which means I hate you all. But whatever. Which means we will not cover it then. Because no one answered. So. I'm going to grab some water. And then continue on our misadventures.
Wrap it up, dummy.
Alright, good one. I mean, it's the same repetitive fucking bullshit, like, sweet baby ink, left woke, game bad cause woke, Hasan. It's like, alright, cool. Good job, Rev. But it's okay, he's got like 751,000 subscribers, it's a bunch of, like, a collection of morons. Alright. Alright, back. Grab water. Stretch legs. I'm gonna open the window. Get some fresh air. It's hot in here. Boo. Foids. Can't believe Zane's not terminally online. He doesn't know what the term Foid means. This is a disgrace. Foids. Just gonna sit for a bit because I want to let the air come in a little bit. It's very hot in my room. It is a 4chan term. It's an old 4chan term that's been making a bit of a comeback. Sort of. God, you gotta get with the program, Zane. You gotta know how these people think. How they move, how they breathe, brother. You gotta know how they work. At best, very mediocre people. I mean, that's, I'm saying something there, Clay. Alright, deleted those two space platforms. Because they're just not doing anything. Just want to get some more air. Easy clap. Rearrange our shit. An ant. Oh boy. There's a big old ant. Crawling on the wall. My mom complains about my fucking goddamn room being dirty all the time. That she's always got a bunch of bugs crawling around in places. I never have any bugs crawling around in my house. Makes you think, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Oh, also, by the way, Boy Meets Mini, Saikuno's back. That's kind of crazy. I also have a much longer sort of post here. While I've been gone, I was working on myself and repairing the damage I've done to my girlfriend in our relationship. I mean, I might need a bit longer than a month, but who knows. What I did with her was horrible. I regret doing it so much. In the time I've been gone, I've been working every single day to try to make things better. Sure, man. Not everything's perfect, but we made a lot of improvements, and we can confidently say that we're doing a lot better. We're in a position where we can be happy together. We're heading in a good direction. I wouldn't be coming back to streaming if both of us didn't feel that way. With everything that happened, a lot has changed. I think I've grown a lot from it in so many ways. I do want to thank you guys. Thank you to all my friends that are still supporting me. I don't know if I would have done as well. I'm very lucky for that. I mean, listen, man. I think I said this before, but if EDP445 can get catfished twice and still have an online career, this is not going to kill off Psycho now. This is never going to happen. Because what he did was pretty egregious. It's really bad. Cheated on, like, his girlfriend with dozens of girls. And none of them had any idea about the abuses. Not the abuse, about his actions, rather, which is abusive. Because, again, if they knew, for example, like I said in all of my various fucking Sykkuno videos, if the girls knew that he had a fucking girlfriend, would they have gone through to, I don't know, go on dates with him and, like, hang out with him? Probably not. Or at the very least, one could assume. So, you know. Has he learned anything? Well, that's, who knows? Cinna reacted. I think also Jason said also reacted. What did Cinna say, Clay? You're probably more in tune with this than I am. Oh, there's the Jesus. Jason couldn't believe Sykkuno was redoing the Shy Guy gimmick on his return stream back. Is your XP bar not full enough? I mean, listen. Sykkuno, like, saw that a bunch of people defended him anyways, so, like, it doesn't matter. That's why a lot of people don't like content creators, at the very least nowadays. Because it doesn't matter. The standards are all eroded. It's all dead. Like, it doesn't matter. It's because of the current social media environment we find ourselves in. I mean, I've talked about this before. So she said she can watch it because she said it made her feel weird. It just didn't feel authentic. Now she's probably gonna get like piled on for that opinion by like very low IQ people. She's not really gonna care. I also, I think I share Cinna's sentiment. Just from, like, what I'm seeing. It's like this, I'm like... I mean, I'm just not buying it. I'm really not buying it. You know? Senna, she could smell bullshit a mile away. Well, so can I. And yeah, just based off of like the transcripts, it also just is like, I think it's also bullshit as well. No, he's just not passing the vibe check. Sykkuno thinks because he can make a grand return to streaming doesn't make it right, and does not forgive him for what he's done to people. Do remember that after all. Here's another thing. He didn't really apologize to any of the people that he abused. Didn't mention them whatsoever. He just talked about his girlfriend. That's it. Just like, it's like, well, what about all the people who said stuff about you? Like, nothing? Is he going to say that all of them are false? Because, I mean, he did say in his initial statement that all of them are... that there's a bunch of false accusations and false statements that are being said about him. So, like... what's up with that? Is he going to say that all of them are fake? Really? Are all of them fake? That seems like a bit of a stretch to me, to be honest. I'm going to be honest. That personally is not smelling that's not passing the smell check for me. Because he did this with dozens of women. If not hundreds. Really do feel that he should have taken a lot more time off from streaming, content creation, learn to grow more? Probably. It's only been about a month, right? Maybe 2? I don't forgive him, and I will never forgive him for what he did to people who he called his friends after all taking advantage of them, especially with that GTA merch drop with his boys. Yes, with Blastoise, I believe, is the name of the individual. That was some fucking weird shit there by Sykkuno. For sure. That was weird. This is true. That's who you're talking about? Mm-hmm. Has anyone ever seen that Anna Paulina Luna video with, like, I think, was it Medea Benjamin who apparently, like, slapped her or something? And it was just like a light tap on her arm. It's like, yeah, man, the 73-year-old woman definitely slapped you, bro. Oh, man, bro. It's funny. Honestly, it's about as bad as you know, like all the over dramatized falling that that like soccer players do in order to regain possession of the ball. To get, like, free kicks and shit. That's not, like, what it is to me. Yeah, I find it very funny. I find it really, really funny. It's like, yeah, Anna, your dumbass definitely got hit really hard by Medea fucking Benjamin, bro. Sure, bro. Totally. Oh, man. That's true, Clay. Before you know it, Templar will send a drone to my place. I believe in him. Why would Tactical Templar send a fucking drone to your place? Boy Meets Mini? Oh yeah, also apparently, lower tier god decided to represent himself in his case against a restraining order for his baby mama, and he apparently won. He was awarded a restraining order. Yeah, he didn't have a lawyer. He represented himself. It's like, oh my god. Damn. That's impressive. That's pretty good. True, do be a lower tier god. It's like, alright, man. Dude, the hate threads that some people have of lower tier god are fucking insane. Like, you could definitely make the argument that he's a fucking asshole. Right? And he was way worse. Like, a pretty massive pile of shit. You know? But I guess he's gotten a lot better about it or something. The hate threads and, like, hate shit on him, it's kind of weird. It's genuinely deranged. It's just like, man, this shit's kind of weird. Represented himself won. Kind of wild. Kind of fucking wild. Okay, can someone explain to me why the fuck people are putting... Why the fuck are pineapples being put inside of Kool-Aid jars, bro? What is this dumbass fucking trend? Where did it come from? Why does it exist? I'm seeing a bunch of other people, like... doing that shit as well. But they've been putting other things besides pineapples in there? I just don't understand. Where did this come from? Who's doing this? Why does it exist? I do not understand. I think it's some TikTok slap. I have no idea, to be honest, with me. It's just weird. It's like, alright, man. We're making some slop, folks. Ugh. All right. I think I've left the window open long enough. It's no longer as warm in here anymore. Thank God. I'm no longer being distracted. Close window time. Cool. Ugh. Yes. Well, it's hot here. This fucking house with the computer going It's hot as shit. And the air conditioning sucks. So, gotta rely on the good old cool night air. Alright. It's also 2 in the morning, and I would like to be able to get through the rest of the shit we got today. There's a bunch of important stuff. We still got a yap about. Alright, let's get started. Females in my video games. Theatrics aside, the PlayStation State of Play just was streamed. Yeah, it was streamed yesterday, and as expected, there was, well, for the most part, it was just kind of boring, and the only real thing that people are hyper-fixating upon is, of course, God of War, or Foid of War, or Laundry of War. They're focusing on Kratos' wife. Yeah, they're focusing on fucking Kratos' wife. Even though for the latter part of, like, both games, both the first and also the second game, they've been kind of teasing that they were going to probably have a side story with Kratos' wife or something, but okay, sure, whatever. There's multiple categories of it, multiple stages, multiple fucking dumbass grifters who have been talking about this, complaining about, Lao Fei, the Just, who is stated within the lore itself as being an incredibly badass warrior who went toe-to-toe with Thor, with the Leviathan axe against Mjolnir. Like, because there's literally a fucking quest line about this in God of War Ragnarok, where there's besides the first pillar of Lightning Frost. Yeah, Lightning Frost. Let's just go with that. Sure. That was made in Midgard. There was also another, I forget the name of the realm. I'm bad with names. Whatever. I watched videos about this stuff, okay? I'm too poor to fucking afford video games. But there was another one of those exact same pillars in another realm. And everyone's just like, well, Kratos was mostly just like, why is it there? I've seen this before. Why is it there? And then they figured out the story from mostly a bunch of dead spirits, I think. Because I think that's how the quest line went. And yeah, they uncovered that, oh, this is where Lao Fei, or, Kratos' wife, fought Thor. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And duh. Whatever. We're just gonna get into the fucking takes. Alright, we have fucking Tectone being stupid. Yeah, being stupid. What the fuck are they doing? No fan of God of War is going to want to play this woke-ass garbage. Yeah, let me swap from playing as motherfucking Kratos, the God of War. Lao Fei is also considered a God of War as well. Like, she's a warrior lady. When she first met Kratos, they got into a huge fight. Like, they fought each other. It was a stalemate, and Kratos himself admitted, saying, like, yeah, she almost killed me. And then they got married. Like, unironically, Kratos is like the Cowboy Bebop meme of Spike saying, like, I just love a woman who can beat the shit out of me. And also, the funniest thing about this is what? Like, Lao Fei, she was like the main, like, provider and hunter of the sort of the region of the area, mostly because she knows the customs in the area way better than fucking Kratos, so it makes sense. And Kratos was the stay-at-home dad, but whatever. Does fucking Tectone know or care about any of that? No. Whatever. A man who fucks multiple women at once and kills the gods themselves. Yeah, now he's really, really old, and he regretted his decisions. And he's just like, fuck. Maybe me dooming all of Greece was not actually a good idea. But does Tecto know any of this stuff? No. To a mid-ass, mid-40-year-old white woman. Absolutely horrendous, hard skip, gay as fuck. Okay, so first off, Tecto, do you know that this is a spin-off game? It's a side game, right? The events of Lao Fei, for example, or God of War Lao Fei, I believe take part in, or time, like in place, parallel to that of Ragnarok and also the first God of War game. So, like, as soon as she's dead, the fucking events within God of War Lao Fei are fucking happening. So Kratos isn't really being replaced. I mean, there's a part where Kratos literally appears because, and this is the part that I'm mostly enjoying the most, is the speculation to the lore, because a lot of these like really low IQ anti-woke grifters are just mad about the fact that I can't be a dumb fucking idiot who can just like hit stuff. Now I have to like, I don't know, like watch a bunch of cutscenes and actually learn about lore. Ew, ick. Me wanna be stupid and hit thing with big sword. Grrr. Me can't have character development in game. Grrr. It's just like, okay, bro. Like, I don't know, go literally play like anything else. Because here's the thing. The God of War remakes, like the continuation of the series, have been very popular and extremely successful, like critically acclaimed. Like, God of War was just a very niche, hyper-violent, like, hack and slash. It was fine. Like, people liked that. It's like, sure, cool, whatever. But God of War 2018 and Ragnarok have been massive fucking commercial mainstream successes. Massive, massive fucking successes. So I don't know, if you want to just go, like, be, like, Grug El Stupido and hit people with big sword, I don't know, go fucking play some other game for that shit. Because it's clear with Santa Monica Studios that they have currently found a formula that really, really fucking works. So, cope and seethe, Tectone, I don't know, go back to selling all of your possessions to try to pay for a wedding that's inevitably going to end up in divorce. Because you're probably going to abuse your third fucking girlfriend and your second wife. But here's the other fucking thing that people are complaining about, saying that I think her name is Deborah Ann Wool. This is the actress right here. Lovely looking actress, glammed up here, and the fact that she looks ugly. So this is like the next fucking like strange cope that these people are sort of dragging out. She's dead and is fighting monsters in the afterlife. And also, this is in ancient Norse fucking times. Why the fuck are people complaining about this? Oh, I'm sorry she's not some dolled up glam doll or some shit with a bunch of fucking makeup, when makeup as a concept did not exist during those times. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? It's just stupid. Like, seriously. Can we use our brains for literally 5 seconds? She's a warrior. She was known throughout the realms as Lao Fei the Just. She was a frost giant who would fight for, you know, I was going to say like the downtrodden and the misbegotten, but like sort of basically, if I recall the fucking lore, I could be, listen, loreheads can fucking correct me on this if I'm wrong, of course. But she basically would fight for the unfortunate souls within fucking Midgard, right? She claimed to be the last guardian of fucking Midgard, I think, if I'm remembering the lore correctly. I could be wrong. But she's always been a protector. She's always been a warrior, first and foremost. Who the fuck cares if she's not a perfectly glammed up fucking doll? It's stupid. Yes, this is the exact same shit that they did with Ciri of Witcher 4. And guess what? Tectone didn't have a problem with that. So it's a little interesting that Tectone has a problem with Lao Fei when this is a game that's taking place in parallel with the events of God of War. Kratos is not being replaced. Stupid. And he has a problem with this in particular. But whatever. Yes, we went over a video of that, specifically Boy Meets Minnie, but Q4 Gore. That's okay. Whatever. Yeah, he didn't have a problem with Siri. Why? Because, I don't know, stupid. He's just an idiot. Whatever. Like, I'm sorry that she's not a perfectly glammed up fucking doll in comparison to whatever this fucking photo shoot is. Like, whatever. But it doesn't matter. These people are all fucking stupid, and they're going to say the exact same fucking nonsense. Now we have this fucking dipshit over here. They never learn. Your target audience is mostly men. Men want to play as men, not women. Okay. This is an argument. This is the other argument that these guys make. Like, why are you making my men into a bunch of women? Grrr. So, first off, Ghost of Yotei happens about 100 years after Ghost of Tsushima. Not really the argument that you think it is. Also, massive commercial fucking success. So, it turns out no one really gave much of a shit that Jin Sakai, I think his name is, as the Ghost of Tsushima, is no longer in the game. Or there's not a sequel that's specifically about him because Ghost of Yotei happened about 100 years after Ghost of Tsushima. Idiot. Then we have The Last of Us 2. Now, here's technically somewhere where they could actually kind of have an argument, but the part for as to why Joel had to get killed off by specifically Abby is to actually have some kind of motivating part of the story. If Joel was alive, the game would not be, or the story within The Last of Us would not be able to progress forward. And also, massive commercial success for The Last of Us Part 2. So, didn't end up working. I think the most fucking retarded one out of all of this is Ciri of Witcher 4. Hey, retard, clearly you did not play The Witcher 3. Geralt made it rather fucking clear that Ciri was going to take up the mantle of The Witcher. He literally fucking hands over the mantle of The Witcher to Ciri. So that's kind of part of the lore, and is in line with the books, that Ciri takes the mantle of The Witcher. And she doesn't even look that bad in this particular picture, but whatever. It's stupid. None of these people care. And they're going to make the exact same argument for Lao Fei, who... Kratos hasn't gone anywhere. The timeline of the fucking game itself is happening in parallel with both Ragnarok and the first game. So complaining about this is just stupid. Like... There's a bunch of like theories that actually make this interesting. Like when Kratos dies in the initial part of God of War Ragnarok by Thor, when he beat the shit out of him with his hammer, Kratos appears to help his wife, because Kratos is a wife guy. Sure, whatever, fuck it. And people are speculating, it's like, wait, when he died like temporarily and then got brought back by Mjolnir's lightning, was that him appearing in Lao Fei? So... Or you know, in God of War Lao Fei, sort of telling, like, where this is happening within the timeline. That's kind of neat. And, you know, I think speculation like that is nice. Not fucking 3 IQ troglodyte bullshit like this from, like, I don't know, a dude LARPing as Vegeta. Yeah, a dude LARPing as fucking Vegeta. Oh, this guy's a game dev, and he's making a game called Runekeeper. 42 followers. A monster taming game, eh? Oof. Doesn't seem like your marketing is going particularly well there. And then they decided to move on to specifically Alana Pierce. Alana Pierce has been doing games journalism writing for the latter part of about 10, 15 years, something around that. And this was what she was working on specifically during her 4 years at Santa Monica, was this game in particular. So she... After the NDA obviously went away, after the game trailer, of course, of God of War Lao Fei, blah, 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 blah. Sure. And she worked on this full time and was involved in it, right? Now, she said she wrote, first question, was Alana Pierce the head writer of God of War Lao Fei? Because typically for a project as large as something like this, there's going to be a team of writers, multiple fucking writers, working on the lore, the the environment of the game, writing for that, blah, 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 writing lore tidbits, yada, yada, yada. Who's exactly to say what makes it in, for example, versus not? Right? So what? I worked on it full-time for 4 years, so thousands upon thousands of hours of involvement where characters, levels, story, beats, dialogue, etc. Left in late 2024, and the work they're doing now is much harder. I'm currently not involved at all, and plenty of my work will have been replaced. Yeah, which means she's been involved, yet people are trying to say that they're blaming her or some shit for as to why the game is really bad, right? Because who knows if even anything that she wrote is going to make it into the final product of the game. Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. She's been I think she also work on the earlier games as well, on Ragnarok as well. She's done a bunch of writing specifically just for Santa Monica fucking Studios, but like, it's stupid. It's really, really fucking stupid. Oh, Alana isn't even the head writer per IMDb. It's Elise Morgan. Oh, so she was a part of the team of writers. Oh, so these people are fucking lying. Incredible. But do any of these like far right like chud types care about any of that stuff? No, they don't give a fuck about any of that, because again, the point is about the hatred of women. That's like literally it with these people. They just don't like the fact that women have the ability to write things. That's it. Stupid. Here's the Cube. Now, I thought the Cube was like, you know, it was funny. It was a little Quark Chungus. Like, okay, whatever. The Cube's a little ridiculous. I do agree that the ridiculousness of the Cube is kind of off. It's like there's a cube or something. Also, like, there's like ribbons on the sword and they talk. A bunch of people had a problem with Frank, spelled Phranque. Not actually Frank, but whatever. But I don't know why Grums is talking about instead of a sun you get a cube in God of War. Wait, Laure? Why is he spelling Laufey's name wrong? Whatever, stupid. And the cube is like very millennial Quark Chungus humor coded. I'm not really sure why we're doing that. I can have some like problems with that. I think like some of the other problems that you could potentially point out with the combat. I mean, the combat, a lot of the sequences look fine and dandy, very standard God of War stuff. They're bringing back air combos. Lao Fei has a manual jump. They say that she's more agile in comparison to that of Kratos. It's like, okay, I think that's like nice for a change of pace. And here's like an actual criticism that you can bring up. It's like a problem that you could potentially have with the game. But none of these people really care about that because it's all about the same low IQ fucking dreck and slop from these people. Is you can criticize the floatiness of the combat, and that's like a specific criticism with a lot of like 3D games that have aerial combat like that. They typically feel very floaty, and it's kind of off in terms of the pacing of what the game normally is, right? So you can make that argument, and that's like an actual argument, and I could be like, yeah, sure, absolutely. For sure. That could certainly be a problem that you can point out, for sure. So why the fuck are we complaining about like all this superficial bullshit instead? It's almost as if most of these people that are complaining about this stuff have no idea about what the lore is and have, generally speaking, very, very little idea about what they're talking about. Speaking of people who have very, very little what they're talking about, High Tactical Templar, you fucking dumbass loser. Like, imagine being the cucked out loser that has to pretend that this shit is good. And this is also another thing I've been seeing a lot from these, like, very, very strange morons. They sort of had, like, Lao Fei doing a bunch of laundry with their AI dogshit fucking edits. Bro, like, what the fuck is this? You're an incredibly loud, annoying minority of fat fucking LARPing dipshits who constantly have to lie about the contents of the fucking goddamn game in order to put across a point of grug, me no like women because woman bad, guh. And that's like literally the only thing that they're saying right now. It's the same fucking incel bullshit. It's uninteresting. Who the fuck really cares? Or whatever the fuck. Like, they say that Kratos is being replaced. No, he is not. This is a spin-off game. It's literally said within the actual game itself. or not within the game itself. It's literally said by Santa Monica Studios themselves, but whatever. They have to complain about Alana Pierce for some reason, even though she was not even the head writer. They lied about that, and she was just a part of the team in writing. Who even knows if what she has in there is going to make it into the final product? Stupid, obviously. They have to complain about her, like, Lao Fei looking ugly. I'm sorry that my warrior woman, who is known to go toe-to-toe with fucking Thor, is not going to be a glammed up Hollywood fucking doll or something. Which is also another thing that Tactical Templar was constantly fucking complaining about, because, again, this is the same motherfucking moron who moaned consistently in a fucking goddamn lolly VTubers fucking chat in order to, I don't know, get the attention of this fucking lolly VTuber. It was really, really weird. Listen, we'll pull up the fucking clip. I could give less of a flying fuck.
Oh, gosh. What kind of animal do you think I am? Don't hurt her. What? The original. I'm not. I would not be me.
He did that.
She doesn't stop.
That's her, not her. There's Templar literally posting in his fucking goddamn chat. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
I remember when Guitar Hero came out. That was awesome. But the little Tactical Templar. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community.
Gifted her a bunch of subs as well. I don't know, buddy. Like, you seem to be simping and fucking gooning in that fucking lolly VTubers chat, man. I don't know, buddy. I don't know. Like, so you could just, like, bitch, moan, and complain about that. I could give less of a flying fuck about, like, whatever you have to say about the relative attractiveness of fucking women, okay? You have, like, no leg to stand on in any of this bullshit. Listen, most of the people thought the trailer looked fine, that of normal people. XQC's chat, because the funniest part about this is it was like a duality of chats in comparison to that of Asmongold's, who were just saying like, gay, pass, blah, blah, blah. Because I can only assume Asmongold just said a bunch of idiotic bullshit. Meanwhile, XQC's chat and everyone else's chat was saying like, cinema, absolutely fantastic, because the trailer looked really good. And like I said, I brought up some actual criticisms that you could potentially have to the game in terms of its floatiness, in terms of its combat. Sure. I think that's like something that can actually be fucking criticized. Because I experienced that with fucking Kingdom Hearts 3, okay? Very, very, very floaty. And if you know, with like the, God, what's the name of the system? The parkour system that Kingdom Hearts 3 had. If you know anything about the parkour system, it very often liked to take control while you were in fights. And it was very annoying. Very, very annoying with a lot of its fucking floatiness. So there's like an actual criticism that you could have with the trailer. Yada, yada, yada. But are any of these like anti-woke grifting dipshits going to make that same criticism? No. No, the fuck they're not. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? All these like weirdos have to say is just, I'm gonna lie about Lao Fei replacing Kratos. Nyeh. I'm gonna say that she just needs to go back to make me a sandwich and do my laundry. Nyeh. And just lie that she's replacing Kratos. Nyeh. I have to lie about her being fucking ugly when it's just like, dog, she's like, she died and she got plopped into the afterlife. And makeup's not even a fucking thing that exists within this fucking place right now, within this time frame. It's just stupid. Like, that's really all there is to say. It's the same fucking standard bullshit from all these motherfuckers who have no idea what they're talking about in terms of any of the media critique that they pretend to fucking do. Because it's always the same, like, 3 lines with these people. Like, oh, it's ugly. Oh, I can't believe they're replacing my heckin' white fucking male protagonist. Go fucking make me a sandwich, bitch. Oh, I can't believe that the game is not going to be successful because of woman or some shit. Oh, I can't believe woman wrote in game or some shit. Blah, 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 blah. It's stupid. It's the same fucking dreck in fucking bullshit. All these people don't care about fucking video games. Yada, yada, yada. And it's just the exact same fucking slop and dreck and bullshit from all these anti-woke grifters over and over and over again, where these people are just mad about the fact that they just can't goon to the female fucking protagonist. It's boring, it's fucking stupid, and it just puts me to sleep every fucking single time I see it. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. They'll complain about it. They fucking complained about quote-unquote censorship within Stellar Blade, for fuck's sake. Like, it's just like, bro. Jesus Christ, man. Okay, I did not have YouTube chat open because YouTube chat was broken on the multi-chat feature, so that's why I was not looking there. Yeah, I mean, Tactical Templar's a fucking loser. Tectone's a loser. All these people are fucking losers. Yeah, I ignored you guys. It's over. Listen, my shit fucking broke. What do you want from me? All right. Let's keep on trucking. Keep on trucking. We got 2 more things we need to absolutely cover right the fuck now. Though honestly, yeah, this is going to be the thing with the most tabs. Mostly because, like, it's, well, the longest bit. But it's fine. No biggie. Oh my goodness. Oh my days. Are we actually getting closer to an Iranian peace deal? Oh my. How absolutely fucking exciting. But the proposed U.S.-Iran peace deal includes a $300 billion reconstruction fund for Iran. From the New York Times, the program is being called an international investment fund, which the U.S. would facilitate in the final deal. This demand comes, this comes as Iran demands reparations to end the war. Understandable why the Iranians are probably asking for that, because the United States and the Israelis bombed them for literally no fucking reason, killed school children, bombed schools, bombed a bunch of other residential areas, bombed hospitals as well, but I mean, that's just literally like a Tuesday afternoon for Israel, so they don't really give much of a flying fuck about that in particular. But listen, a good step forward. Surely nothing could potentially go wrong, right, chat? Right? Uh-oh. Ron's calling off the negotiations with the United States. Now, why would they be doing that? Well, that's a little interesting. And Trump's is also saying that the talks with Iran are back on now? After the Iranians claimed that they were off. Well, that's a little interesting. And then, wait, now Trump is saying that he does not care if the negotiations with Iran are over. Well, wait, what's going on here? Is everyone about as confused as I am? Hi, Israel. Guys, what if I were to tell you the main thing that ended up killing the talks with Iran was Israel bombing Lebanon? Yes. So remember when we went over that Itamar Ben-Gvir clip saying that basically we will literally do anything possible to try to destroy a potential for a deal between the United States and Iran if it is an agreement that can harm the state of Israel? Yeah. They did that. Because a part of the deal of the negotiations of the most recent round of talks is that the Iranians want the war to stop on all fronts. That includes what the Israelis are currently doing within Lebanon. Because if you don't know, currently Israel is occupying, I believe, about 10 miles into Lebanon in the sort of, well, I believe Green Line, I think it's called. And it's a part of the southern parts of Lebanon. Now, Israel, as a part of the Greater Israel Project, wants to occupy the territory. Why? Because they are zealotous, genocidal fucking freaks. And there is no genocide and no amount of ethnic cleansing that Israel has never said no to. They love doing ethnic cleansing and fucking genocide. If it means getting more territory for themselves for the Greater Israel Project, they will gladly fucking do it. Gladly fucking do it. No qualms whatsoever. So if that means bombing Lebanon in order to forcibly take the territory for themselves, which they've done to Palestinian lands in the past, they will absolutely do it. And ensuring that the war goes on perpetually so they can have an excuse to try to take more territory is, well, conducive to that goal. So Itamar Ben-Gvir and the Israeli state basically saying, yeah, we will do literally everything possible to disrupt the deal so then we can continue gaining territory for ourselves. They will fucking do it. But apparently, Trump got rather upset with Benjamin Netanyahu in a recent call. Where he was swearing and yelling at him, saying that what the fuck are you doing? You're fucking crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everyone hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this. Now, what Donald Trump is saying here is, technically speaking, not wrong. But there's a reason why Israel wants to continue the war. And it's always been a mainstay part of the analysis that I have been doing whenever covering any of Israel's actions. As we all know, Benjamin Netanyahu has a very credible corruption case proceeding throughout the courts. The Knesset, I believe, also recently voted for national elections to happen because Benjamin Netanyahu is very unpopular right now, and his coalition is starting to fall apart, which that is really bad news for Benjamin Netanyahu. So the only thing that he can do right now to make sure he stays in power until the day he dies, is the assumption here, is to continue maintaining the war cabinet for as long as possible. That's why he is doing what he is doing, and why he will do anything possible to disrupt peace or any process of peace within the Middle East, because he has to stay in power until the corruption charges go away. Because at this point in time, in terms of that, he's more or less dead to rights on those corruption charges. Not only that, the Haredi parties wanted to dissolve the Knesset because they don't want Bibi to take away their religious military exemptions. That is very, very true. The Hasidic Jews do not want to go into the fucking military. Why? Because of religious reasons. And there's been talks about trying to get a bunch of the more religious Jews into the IDF so they have more soldiers. Blah, 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 blah. But here, an interview on... the fuck is Pod Force 1? Oh, it's from New York... Okay, it's from the New York Post. Of Trump talking about the expletives. Why don't we take a look?
Axios reported that you had a phone call with Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, in which you were angry with him. You said, "Are you effing crazy? What are you effing doing?"
True.
I helped you stay out of jail. Is that true? Did you speak to him in those terms?
I did. I wouldn't say angry. I was a little bit perturbed at his constantly fighting with Lebanon.
Yeah, he's fucking full of it. Bro, you were mad because, again, another attempt at peace was fucking sabotaged by Israel because it's so obvious and clear that, yeah, fucking... Israel fucking sabotaged that shit. Brother, I mean, Itamar Ben-Gvir made it very, very clear that if there is any arrangement that can harm the state of Israel, we're not going to allow it to happen. Or that the current arrangement that's being negotiated is going to harm the state of Israel, and they'll do anything to disrupt it. So, yeah, with friends like these, why have enemies?
You know, at some point I said, Bibi, we got to stop this.
Bibi.
We gotta stop it. But I have a very good relationship. We've done well together, he always says.
Oh, I'm sure.
We could never have done it, but everybody knows that. We could have never done it without the United States. But I've worked very...
I mean, again, elective war by choice. Benjamin Netanyahu was the main guy who literally convinced him to do this elective war of choice that he does not care if the American people are suffering from, because, again, the main people that he actually cares about, the avaricious dipshits at the fucking top, are making a whole lot of money from this.
Very well together. I like Bibi a lot, and I've worked very well with him. We had a... You know, I'm a wartime president. He's a wartime prime minister. Very important part of the world. And I think we've done, very well. We've gotten along very well.
Axios report.
Yeah, I'm sure you're getting along very, very well. This is, I believe, the second time that we know of Trump getting mad at Benjamin Netanyahu, right? There was like that one, I think, I forget the name of the presidential helicopter, but it's something one, whatever. I think it's Beast One or some shit, where he was talking about, like, what the fuck, Marine One, thank you, Boy Money, where he basically was saying, like, I don't know what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing, but he needs to know that what the fuck he is doing is bad for literally everybody, and he got pissed with the actions of Benjamin Netanyahu. Again, why? Because I don't know how many times this needs to be made clear, but Benjamin Netanyahu's not interested in peace. He never has been interested in peace. He's just doing this in order to stay in power for as long as he can. And of course, here is, because we talked about this before, what do you say to the people who claim Benjamin Netanyahu tricked you into going to Iran? And he made like a Truth Social post about this, calling them the fucking the Democrats, and a bunch of people going after him for... Because I believe just recently, just today, a House resolution was just passed. 4 Republicans crossed over. I think it was 215 to 208. A war powers resolution to stop Trump's actions with Iran just passed within the House, right? And Trump just wants to continue this war because his oil buddies are making a bunch of fucking goddamn money, right? He doesn't actually care. He's made it very clear he doesn't give a shit about the American people, how they're hurting in all of this, blah, 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 blah. He does not care. Period, end of story, right? He wants the oil companies to just make a killing off of the fact that they can raise their prices on oil and make a shit ton of fucking money. Or gas, generally speaking, and other petroleum-based products. And they've been making a lot of money because of this elective war that he started. He wants the American people to mostly be paying for his, like, general sort of belligerence, right? It's very clear that he's completely out of touch. It doesn't really matter what he does. He only cares about serving one set of people and one set of people only, and that is the rich. So he's just going to deflect and just be like, well, you know, the Democrats, they are trying to stop me, and I don't like the fact that they're trying to stop me, folks.
What do you say to...
Even though, funnily enough, like, a bunch of Democrats are, like, fucking complicit with this shit. Looking at you, Chuck Schumer.
People who claim that Bibi Netanyahu tricked you into going into Iran.
Well, they're just...
Again, he showed up in the Situation Room, which is abnormal, presented a 1-hour presentation to, again, Donald Trump, and then the bombing started soon after. Yeah. Okay.
You know, the enemy, they're just, the Democrats, DUM. These are Democrats. These are people that don't know what they're doing. They want men playing in women's sports, and they want open borders so the world can pour into our country. And they want transgender for everybody, surgery. Transgender mutilization of our children. No, these are just words. That's all they do. It's all they're good for is words. Like, I heard that the other day for the first time. I said, he tricked me. I mean, I'm the one that started it because, again, I don't want to bore anybody, but I started because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Now,
So, again, I don't know how many times this needs to be said. There's a fatwa declared by the Ayatollah from stopping them from building a nuclear weapon. whatever. The only reason why they started enriching past the 3.67% threshold is because of the Iran nuclear deal you tore up at the behest of, again, who? Israel. And because you also did not like Obama. But whatever. Sure. Doesn't matter. And then Benjamin Netanyahu showed up with all his boys in the Situation Room, gave a 1-hour presentation, and then... And by the way, some of the contents of that fucking 1-hour presentation, it said stuff like, oh, Iran wouldn't be able to close the strait. Oh, they won't be able to do anything in order to resist. They'll fall really quick if you just do some decapitation strikes. None of that happened. None of it happened. It was all a lie by Israeli intelligence. And by the way, the Americans said like they're nowhere near close to a nuke. Don't do this bombing. This is really bad. What Mossad is saying and Benjamin Netanyahu is saying is a fucking lie. Like, it's not going to work. But he did it anyways. He was stupid enough to go alongside with the 30-year fucking schizophrenic campaign that Benjamin Netanyahu has been going off of for the latter part of, again, about 30 years. 30 years. 30 years that one motherfucker was constantly claiming that Iran was about to have a nuke. Iran was about to have a nuke. Iran was about to have a nuke. When every American intelligence asset was saying, yeah, they're nowhere close near to one. Yeah. It's just stupid, man. Stupid. Very, very stupid individual here.
That pertains to Israel because they probably would have been the first one to get hit. There would be no Israel. Tell you what, if there wasn't me, there would be no Israel right now. And it started off as when I terminated the horrible Barack Hussein Obama, the Iran nuclear deal that he penned. And that was
the thing preventing them from getting a nuke?
Giving Iran a nuke. That was a road to a nuclear weapon, and I terminated it, which was lucky I did. And then I stopped at a second.
That's propaganda from Benjamin Netanyahu, because he constantly was claiming that the Iranians were not following the letter to a T at any point in time. The IAEA did 11 inspections before the nuclear deal was torn up. And guess how many times the Iranians passed those inspections? 11 out of 11 times. Okay, bro.
Second time with the B-2 bombers flying in and bombing the hell out of them, they would have had a nuclear weapon. If I didn't do that attack, which, very few people would have done it.
Midnight Hammer did literally nothing, but whatever. It delayed them for a couple of months, which is what all the experts said. Yeah.
If I didn't do that attack, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon and they would have used it almost immediately.
Yeah.
No evidence for this whatsoever, but sure, man, totally. Benjamin Netanyahu told me that they would have used the nuclear weapon, so, they would have used it, which means Bibi would never lie to me. He never would. But as a byproduct of all of this, Iran has now decided to pull another card that they've been hiding under their fucking sleeves, and it's now going to execute a blockade of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in Yemen. Yeah, good luck with this now. Oh man, if you thought prices were really bad before, oh boy, they're about to get even fucking worse because there's a lot more stuff that goes through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in comparison to that of the Strait of Hormuz. If you thought oil prices were bad now, it's about to get a lot fucking worse. And it's going to crush the fucking global economy, right? And, well, with the Houthis being the main people in control of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, I think also Djibouti, that's their territorial waters. Because, again, just to say this real quick, the Trump administration constantly claimed the Strait of Hormuz was international waters. It's not. It's shared by Oman and Iran. It is their territorial waters. But whatever, Trump doesn't know how to read a map. Reading maps is fundamental sometimes, but none of these people really care. Yada, yada, yada. Everything's only going to spiral more and more out of control in terms of the fucking global economy if the Bab el-Mandeb Strait gets also blockaded as well. Because guess what's on the other side of that strait? Well, not only the... it's not the Caspian Sea. It's the Red Sea and also the Suez Canal, where a lot of commercial trade goes through. Yeah. unironically, it's going to have it's going to have to be the same shit that the explorers were doing in the 15 and the 1600s, and they're going to have to go all the way around Africa instead to deliver goods, which is that's not going to be good for global shipping or the economy whatsoever. And of course, as a result of these talks collapsing, probably because of Trump being an idiot, or perhaps Israel, mostly because of Israel attacking Lebanon, Iran has started launching missile and drone barrages at U.S. targets. It's hitting multiple bases throughout Bahrain. It is hitting multiple bases throughout Kuwait. And I think also Saudi Arabia as well. I could be wrong about Saudi Arabia, but Kuwait and Bahrain have been getting attacked by a bunch of within a bunch of U.S. military air bases that they have in those areas. Yes, and I believe also today the Kuwaiti International Airport has also suffered a bunch of damage because of retaliatory drone and missile strikes from Iran, which reports initially claimed had only failed to target the Ali al-Salam air base. So, oh wow, some collateral fucking happened as a byproduct of the Iranians targeting U.S. military air base or U.S. air bases within the fucking goddamn area because they want to show the Gulf states it turns out actually having the U.S. in your territory is not exactly fucking great. But yeah, it's just silly and fucking ridiculous. But just some quick additional details here from Bell the Ranch talking about the negotiations with Iran and how Trump has made it very, very clear that his dumbass does not care about this anymore.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bell again.
Howdy.
So today, we're going to talk about how Trump doesn't care about negotiations with Iran anymore.
He sure doesn't.
We're going to go through a timeline of events real quick. Yesterday morning, news came out that Iran would be ending talks and the exchange of texts through a mediator with the U.S.
Probably the Pakistanis.
State-of-the-line Iranian news reported the military have placed on their agenda the complete blockade of the Strait of Hormuz and the activation of other fronts, including the Bab el-Mandeb Strait.
Yep, so more than likely, as we said before, they are allies with the Houthis. The Houthis are the current controlling government within Yemen at the moment, so they can just tell the Houthis to be like, hey, Bab el-Mandeb Strait, get that shit.
That means Iran plans on also choking off the narrow strip of water leading into the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Mm-hmm. That's about 14% of the world's shipping trade.
Yep.
Iran said the ceasefire was being violated on all fronts. It's worth remembering, as we've pointed out in the past, when Trump would make grandiose claims about a peace deal breakthrough, that Iran considers the fighting between Israel and Lebanon to be part of the same conflict.
That's true. Again, and like we've said before, Israel is still bombing fucking Lebanon as we speak, right? So again, constantly over and over and over again. And Israel has made it very clear that they are not, they're not going to fucking comply with this because they are a rogue terror state. The only thing, if you want peace in the Middle East, is to reign in Israel. You just have to, right? Because Trump has made it very clear that he's getting bored with this conflict. He doesn't care about it anymore because it turns out it was actually a little too complicated for his pea brain, and he wants to do regime change in Cuba instead. Why? Belligerent moron. But whatever. Sure. And it's been made very clear that it turns out all the advisors were correct in saying, this is a bad idea, this is a bad idea, this is a bad idea, don't do this, this is a really bad idea, this is a bad idea, this is a bad idea. And Israel was wrong in terms of their stupid fuckshit presentation that they presented in an hour in the Situation Room. So, and so currently we're just stuck with the current shit show that we find ourselves under, where there's a bumbling buffoon who's getting bored with the conflict he started electively because he got convinced by some random jabronis who've been wanting to bomb Iran for the latter part of about 30 fucking years to go ahead with an elective war of choice that's not only been destroying gas prices, making inflation go up, making food prices go up as well, and is now going to choke off global shipping, a seventh of it, throughout the entirety of the planet, which is going to make only more prices go up, and inflation go up even more under this dumbass fucking elective war of choice. So it's just okay, man, very, very cool.
By lunchtime, A container ship in the Gulf had reportedly been hit by an unknown projectile, and Iran stated that any ship that was in cooperation with hostile extra-regional forces would be viewed as a security threat. Before the lunch hour was over, Iran issued a warning to residents in northern Israel to evacuate if Beirut was hit. When Trump was asked about the negotiations being over, he said, quote, "I don't care if they're over, honestly. I really don't care. I couldn't care less. If they're over, they're over. If they're not, you know, I think they took too much time. Frankly, I thought they started to get very boring."
That is fucking incredible. I mean, the Democrats are more or less guaranteed to win the House already in the fucking midterms. But listen, Democrats, I mean, that's just more free fucking oppo, more free fucking like cut up commercials for you right there, buddy.
It was not boring for those under attack because of his elective war. He
True.
then bizarrely claimed the strait was open. It is not.
It's not.
When he was asked if he was worried about the price of oil, he said, quote, "No, I don't worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
No." Trump claimed
Mostly because it's his buddies who get to make a bunch of money off of that.
that he had brokered a deal to stop the fighting in Lebanon, and by 2 p.m., he was claiming, quote,
Didn't.
"Talks are continuing at a rapid pace with the Islamic Republic of Iran.
I'm sure.
Thank you for your attention to this matter." No details were provided. Later,
Standard copium huff from the president. Probably trying to calm down the markets.
Trump posted, quote, "Representatives of the leaders of Hezbollah, and they agreed to stop shooting at Israel and its soldiers. Likewise,
I don't
Israel
believe him.
agreed to stop shooting at them.
I don't believe
Let's
him.
see how long that lasts. Hopefully, it will be for eternity. Spoiler alert.
It wasn't.
Not an eternity. And there was fighting over...
Like, literally, they started fucking attacking. Yeah. They started fucking attacking, like, right after. Entire, bro. But, okay, bro. It's just... It's so goofy, man.
...overnight. Okay. So Trump getting bored with his war creates a real risk of it escalating. This isn't the Kennedy Center or a fair where he can just take his ball and go home. He kicked a hornet's nest. The Hornets have a say in when hostilities end.
Mm-hmm.
Or, as the saying goes, the enemy gets a vote. I'm not going...
Sorry, unfortunately for Trump, who is a avaricious, like, rapist and pedophile, he does not think that way. Because, again, rapist mentality.
...going to trash Trump for attempting to stop the fighting in Lebanon and failing. He apparently actually put in calls himself on that. But I am going to remind everybody that being bored and not being proactive about a problem we've been pointing out for a while left Trump in the position where the chain of events became. Iran cut off talks and indicated they were widening the conflict because of the fighting in Lebanon violating the ceasefire. Then Trump scurried about making phone calls himself to meet their demands. That's the perception.
And obviously it's not going to meet any demands, or in probably... Actually, no. Not even meet any demand. I highly doubt anything's fucking happening, I'm going to be honest here.
Again, I don't fault him for making the calls. He should have been making them a week ago, instead of trying to refinish pool surfaces and building ballrooms, and put his name on the Kennedy Center, or put his face on money, or be the visionary behind a fair. He started a war,
which all
and now
failed.
He's bored and doesn't care. I wonder who will pay the price for that.
Us.
Anyway, it's just
Us. It's mostly us, because Trump has made it extremely clear he does not care about any of the citizens in the world who have to suffer the consequences of all this bullshit. He's made it extremely, extremely fucking clear. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? The war is continuing. It's not fucking changing. And this dumbass Trump has made it extremely clear that his goofy-looking head ass is not going to do anything about this. He does not give a shit. He wants you to suffer. He wants me to suffer. He wants you to suffer. He wants all of us to suffer. That's literally it. So then he can put his, like, dumbass fucking name on a bunch of buildings illegally, and also have his, like, rich pedophilic avaricious dipshits make a whole bunch of money. That's literally all that it is. Oh, and also...
Fake news.
Yeah, to let Israel just do whatever the fuck they want. That's literally it. Let Israel off of its proverbial fucking leash and just be a bunch of belligerent, annoying fucking assholes. Don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Final fucking meme. Time for this dumbass bullshit. Oh yeah, by the way, Endymion, just real quick, Endymion, who's another one of these like anti-woke slop YouTubers, said that a God of War Lao Fei looks dope. I enjoy the idea of a god afterlife, so she could run into Ares, Athena, Zeus. The possibilities there is endless. Mongolian gods, Egyptian were shown too. What's the sword from? And the cube? Excalibur? No idea. Either way, this looks cool. He said that, and guess what? His dumbass fucking audience got mad at him. He deleted it, and he came up with some like fucking cope nuanced review shit to try to satiate all the 3 IQ morons that he has in his fucking audience. It's incredible. Fucking incredible, dude. Oh, man. Yep, lie in the bed you made, bud. Oh, man. Oh, I forgot to say. Oh, man, I got a preliminary fucking interview. Let's go. This Friday. Oh, boy. That's exciting. It's a preliminary thing. Am I expecting anything to come out of this? I mean, we'll see. I booked it. We'll see how it works. I never got a confirmation message about it quite yet, so I don't know if it went through or not. We'll wait and see. I did check my spam and everything. Didn't show up there. Don't know. It's a little weird. They also want to make sure I blur my background and everything. Wait, did it not confirm the fucking initial interview? Or some shit? This is very weird. It didn't fucking confirm the exception of it? Okay. I think I just got trolled. Alright, that's fucking kind of annoying. But sure, man. We'll do the 9th of June, 11:37. Sure, bro. we'll do that. Maybe what happened is someone else signed in, did that exact same.
Do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Maybe he did it like literally the exact same moment or something. I have no idea. Thank you for booking with us. Very strange. Well, either I have an interview this Friday or on this Tuesday. I don't know. Because it says, oh, we're going to send you an email to confirm. No email to confirm. Very weird. Very strange. Do not know why you are acting this way. Sure, man. That's cool. All right, man. Well, I mean, if it worked out, it worked out. If it didn't, it didn't. I don't know. Like, if the system's bugged, I can re-email the guy and ask him, hey, did it book? Because I booked for this time. I'll do that tomorrow. Anyway. Let's get started with this shit. Oh my goodness. Oh my days. Hasan AB, Hasan Piker, Hank Pecker, and Chunk Yuger got denied entry into the United Kingdom. Why? Because they said Israel is kind of bad, actually. Yeah, because they said Israel is kind of bad. And the ban happens, as Glenn Greenwald is stating here, and this is true, after a bunch of pro-Israel groups lobbied MPs within the Labour government, specifically with the Department of Interior, to go ahead with revoking his, I believe it's the ETA, his electronic travel authorization. We'll get to this dumbass soon. So, his ETA got revoked, and he was not allowed to travel to the United States of America. Not America. The United Kingdom. Jesus Christ. It's late, I'm a little tired. And it was done, obviously, by a bunch of fucking Jewish groups. I mean, this is being written in the Times of Israel. It's been written in a bunch of other fucking places as well, right? We know what the lists are. We can go through the articles themselves. They say, these are the groups that did it, blah, 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 blah. I don't know why, because a bunch of people, the detractors, are saying, like, why is Hasan trying to blame Israel for the fact that he's not allowed to travel to the UK for a bunch of events that was planned? Well, both him and Cenk had planned to speak at Oxford and South by Southwest. Why are they blaming Israel? They're doing it because they're anti-Semitic, obviously. It's like, no, dude, like, literally, the Times of Israel says that Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hasan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks, which is incredibly anti-Semitic of them to do as well, because constant conflations between Judaism and Israel. But anyway, whatever. These people don't care. They're all a bunch of fucking freaks. They don't give a shit. So, yeah, like, it's not a lie. It's just the truth. When there's article headlines about it all over the place. But sure, whatever. Are all the articles a bunch of liars? Who the fuck knows? None of these people care. Cenk, what do you got for me? I've been banned from the UK. Tried to get on a flight to London to attend South by Southwest London. Give a speech at Oxford. I've been banned for criticizing Israel. Are we free anymore? This is oppression of Western citizens by our own governments on behalf of a different country. Which Cenk is correct there. He is correct in that assessment there, right? Because Zionists know that they are losing, right? So instead of trying to bow out of the debate and basically fuck off, what they would prefer to do instead is essentially try to take control of all these social media platforms themselves, take control of the annals of, well, not really take control of the annals of government. That's not correct to say, per se. But essentially try to wrestle some form of control, wrestle the message away from the fact that everyone fucking hates the actions that they themselves fucking live streamed on social media, and just are just like, oh, that's really bad, and I don't agree with this, and I think what Israel is doing is actually really fucking bad. Because they keep bombing children over and over and over again in the West Bank and Gaza, and it turns out a lot of people who keep seeing those videos online that Israel and Israeli soldiers keep posting themselves, it turns out a lot of people don't actually like that very much. Yeah, and it's very, very unpopular. But here, Cenk, what do you got for me, buddy?
The most remarkable thing just happened. I went to the airport to go to London. I'm going to give panel speeches at South by Southwest London and 2 speeches at Oxford. But it turns out I'm not, because the person at the United counter said, you have been banned from the United Kingdom. It says here the government has rejected.
So if I were to take a guess, more than likely the exact same thing, the ETA or the electronic travel authorization also was probably denied for Cenk, just like it was for Hasan, if I were to make a bet. So, as expected, a lot of people are not particularly happy about this because this is just a bunch of bullshit. Criticizing a fucking state for its actions, which Cenk and Hasan have been quite consistent in, constantly, in non-anti-Semitic ways. In fact, we're going to get to Hasan in a speech talking about how it is dangerous to conflate anti-Zionism, or Zionism with Judaism, rather. Talking about its fucking dangers and how that is causing directly more and more anti-Semitic attacks across the world. But we've talked about this before. Zionists love anti-Semites. They fucking love anti-Semites, right? Because guess what that means? They can basically have a bunch more Jewish people from across the world come into Israel in order to continue with the ethnic cleansing project that they are trying to do within Gaza and the West Bank. That's the point of it. That's what Theodore Herschel literally wrote himself. But do any of these motherfuckers care about that? No.
Did you? So I already had a visa. It was a 2-year visa. I was in the middle of it. So they went in and pulled the visa, apparently. I had no idea why, and I have to say that it was a bit of a gut punch. It's a little bit hard to shake me, but I was shaken there because if that feeling of having your freedom taken away was so visceral. No, you're not allowed to travel to Oxford, to London, to the United Kingdom. You're banned. You don't have that freedom anymore. Why?
By the way, this is going to be a great look for the Keir Starmer fucking government, who's already like completely in free fall because of just how dog shit their fucking policy platform has been. Just completely fucking terrible, completely awful. I mean, it's mostly liberals who celebrated this clip, but whatever. But yeah, like they're already in free fall. They do this shit. No one's gonna like it, right? Everyone looks at this and is saying, like, you're just protecting Israel. Like, unironically. You're doing this at the behest of Israel. It's very, very clear. And they did the same shit with Palestine Action. Like, unironically. Like, claiming that it's a terrorist organization for what exactly? Because a bunch of, like, grannies decided to go out and protest and say, like, what Israel is doing is bad. And that's terrorism to you people. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
Time I didn't even know. I saw a Times of London article, which is filled with total nonsense, and but a bit of a hatchet.
British media is very vicious, very vicious.
And they said it's because I've criticized Israel. Guys, are we free anymore? This is insane. So 60% of America is critical of Israel. They have nothing that I've said that's anti-Semitic because I haven't
just
said
ban 'em.
anything anti-Semitic. Because I'm not anti-Semitic, and I don't believe that you should discriminate against anyone. That's actually my core philosophy. I'm for complete.
Although honestly, I mean, this is, by the way, I'm just going to stipulate this again. This is incredibly fucking anti-Semitic from specifically like all the fucking liberals who are doing this shit. You people need to be. It needs to be made very, very clear to you. These people are not helping like Jewish people whatsoever. If anything, they're just making the situation significantly fucking worse for Jewish people.
And equality for every race and religion. So, since they don't have that, they said, well, by definition, criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic. My God, how many people are they going to ban from the United Kingdom? Millions of people? Billions of people? 60% of Americans are critical of Israel. Are we all going to get banned? Billions of people across the world are critical of Israel. Are they all now banned from the United Kingdom?
It's very stupid.
What kind of insane standard is this?
True, Clay.
So, how long am I banned? How do I get unbanned? And then the hilarious irony of it is, guys, they said, well, you criticize Israel in the wrong way. You said that Israel controls the American Congress. Well, no, I said Israel has given to 94% of Congress, and those people vote with them. And that is factual. That is literally factual.
So they're trying to claim that he's like Zog posting, basically. So Zionist-occupied government or something. So if you make the claim that Zog, whatever, everything is like being puppeteered by Israel, it's like that's not exactly how that works. It's more complicated than that. The large facet of fucking levers and control and capital interests that generally speaking exist within Congress that all lead back to Israel is very multifaceted and complicated. Christian evangelicals, for example, those groups like Kufi, for example, give a lot of money to the Republican Party to have pro-Zionist positions because they are Christian Zionists, right? And their schizophrenic interpretation of the Book of Revelation, they think that it's going to cause the rapture and all of them are going to ascend to heaven, even though none of those people are Christians. But whatever, stupid. Military-industrial complex interests, and as well as tech corporations, trying to steal my thunder, Boy Meets Mini, have also given a lot of money to these exact same people because they use Palestine and Palestinians as a lot of their, let's just say, unwilling test subjects for their security tech apparatus bullshit. That's what they do. That's what they use the land there specifically for. They lose Israel, for example, they're not going to be able to test a lot of that equipment and techniques and whatnot. So those are, generally speaking, the main interests in particular. It's more complicated than that. There's more than that. Blah, 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 blah. But those are the main ones in particular that have interests within the region of Israel and want to make sure that the ethnic cleansing and the ethno-state, the settler colonial ethno-state within the Middle East in Israel continues.
So now facts are anti-Semitic, but okay, then they said, since you said that Western governments are in some ways controlled by Israel, our government is banning you for criticizing Israel. I don't know if you know this, but I think you just made my point for me.
It's true.
The fact that they even said that.
And by the way, it's incredibly anti-Semitic of them to say that.
Is incredible without realizing the irony. So I'm apparently an outlaw in the United Kingdom now. I don't know if I'm an enemy of the crown, but this is crazy. We have to get our freedom back.
True.
All of us.
Many people are saying this. And because, let's be honest here, this is pretty much the only playbook that Israel has left at this point. They've lost the argument. There is no argument that they can make. They've completely and utterly lost the argument. It's over for Israel. Like, let's be honest here. And instead, well, since we lost the argument because of the genocide we decided to live stream on TikTok, for fuck's sake, how about we just censor all of our opponents instead? And because that's essentially all they have left to do. That's all they can do. Hasan Piker. We're going to start right here to talk about, shall we say, the bona fides, and that Hasan has been rather consistent about how he sees anti-Semitism as essentially the right wing's principal sort of tactic in terms of being able to spread their fucking propaganda, which is true, which Zionists have latched onto, stupidly, but strategically, to do their ethnic cleansing within the Middle East.
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power cause. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. They're not very creative, usually. They just always rehash the same propaganda over and over again.
I don't know, guys. This guy seems really anti-Semitic to me. I think we need to ban him from the UK. Stupid.
This is precisely the reason why I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. The conflation is dangerous. Valid criticisms against the state, especially as all of the violence is unfolding, and everyone can see it. Valid criticisms against the state committing these atrocities and tying it back to Judaism is a cynical ploy to stop all matter of conversation is truly terrifying. And I think it directly causes anti-Semitism to fester.
Wow, what a fucking shocker. Hasan actually providing the actual pro-Jewish perspective, right? The thing that, or not pro-Jewish, but like the anti-Zionist perspective that is pro-Jewish, generally speaking. It's not anti-Semitic. A lot of the people who are doing these actions and celebrating these actions are in reality anti-Semitic themselves, because again, to be Zionist, you must be inherently anti-Semitic. The two go hand in hand like this. They have to coexist with one another, because if they didn't, well, the ideology would inherently collapse in on itself. But here, Hank Pecker talking about the United Kingdom revoking his visa. Why don't we take a look?
Left-wing YouTube pundit Cenk Uygur banned from entering the UK? Yeah, it's... Okay, well, I didn't want to talk about it, but my visa has also been revoked. We just found out. Yes, I will not be going as it stands currently.
Thanks,
I don't believe
YouTube.
that I'll be able to go to the United Kingdom this upcoming week. I don't know who to reach out for this. I was supposed to do something with Yanis Varoufakis, do something with Zach Polanski, do something with Jeremy Corbyn, do something at the Oxford Union, and now the Labour...
I believe Oxford Union and South by Southwest are trying to salvage the situation, see if they could do like a remote session instead, which I guess can, like, technically speaking, work. Because again, like, it's just a bunch of like, because the Labour Party has made it very, very clear they don't give really much of a flying fuck in terms of their approval rating. They're going to be out. It's over for them as a party, obviously. So they made it very, very clear. Keir Starmer, who is also the same guy who stabbed Jeremy Corbyn in the back with all of those dumbass anti-Semitic, pro-Zionist rather, attacks on Jeremy Corbyn, trying to claim he's an anti-Semite when the evidence was very spurious at best. British media obviously went along with it because they don't care. Yeah, they don't really give a shit. Not that there's very low standards amongst British media, they just are particularly vicious in comparison to that of American media, and they'll just lie. They don't care. It's blatant and fucking ridiculous, but we shouldn't be really surprised by that whatsoever. Like, no standards, everything being done at the behest of fucking Israel for whatever fucking reason. It's a bunch of pro-Israeli groups that lobbied the Department of the Interior within Britain to essentially revoke the ETA, specifically of both Hasan and Cenk, from being able to travel to the United Kingdom. For what reason exactly? Oh, they just don't like the fact that they're critical of Israel. Because that's literally all that it is. Which is, again, very anti-Semitic. Because, again, what you're essentially saying is that the state and the people are one and the same. That is not the fucking case. Not every person who lives within Israel, who lives outside of Israel, agrees with the actions of Israel. It's nonsense. It's stupid, and in reality puts Jews in a significant amount of danger.
Government has revoked our visas. Go to Ireland. Okay, guys, it's not about being in the vicinity of the UK. I was supposed to douche in the UK. Yeah. A sad state of affairs where obviously the interests of Israel take the highest priority. But yeah, they've revoked my visa as well. It's a 40-minute flight is what I meant. Politicians fly over there all the time for press stuff. Dude, what are you talking about? I had like actual things to do in the UK. It's so funny. You guys are like, dude, just swim across the canal. Take a boat and enter illegally. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to risk getting deported and not entry into the.
That would be very stupid.
Can Jeremy Corbyn do anything about it? Probably not. I mean,
Probably not.
Dear Hasan Piker, your UK ETA has been cancelled. This means you cannot travel to the UK without a visa. This is because your presence in the UK is not considered to be conducive to the public good. You cannot appeal this decision.
Not conducive to the public good, even though he's unironically making the... He's making the pro-fucking... The anti-Zionist take, the pro-Jewish take of saying, like, yeah, fascism often relies on anti-Semitism within a lot of their conspiracy theories in order to gain power, and that is a bad thing. But yeah, sure. Not conducive to the public good. Stupid.
Apply for a visa. If you still want to travel to the UK, you need to apply for a visa so we can consider your circumstances in more detail. Having your ETA canceled,
I'm sure.
You will be refused a visa.
I'm sure it won't be refused.
Of course, because Nick Shirley is a dog for the fascist state. Yeah, it's
true.
Man. What are you gonna do? The other day, someone said, "Watch Labor Party do this a couple days before your trip," and it happened. Yeah, I genuinely listen. I'm gonna say something. This is a warning. I hope you guys understand. The Western world and liberal democracy is a sham, and all of these supposed things that they claim to care about, they do not actually care about. We are moving into a very different timeline.
So this is the thing that most of the liberals got triggered about in particular, saying like, "Oh, Hasan is incredibly illiberal himself," which doesn't make any which doesn't make any fucking sense, obviously, because of the fact that the basis of socialism and communism is built off of liberalism in general, but liberals don't care about that, or rather, liberals don't give much of a flying fuck about that in particular, because they're just a bunch of cultists, and in reality are just a bunch of conservatives. Like, they don't actually give a shit. And I had another fucking point I was going to say, but I don't remember.
I constantly reiterate that fascism is here, right? Like the administration trying to deploy subpoenas against political dissidents in the United States of America, or the UK that's like completely captive to the interests of pro-Israel advocacy organizations. Like they are moving in a way, and this is a liberal government, right? The Labor government is supposed to be the liberal government doing this, and the American government is the right-wing government doing it. Like we are in the 1930s era where I think that
and they got they got really triggered about this. I remember my other point now. They got really triggered about this because they're saying like, Hasan, you're an illiberal who says all this stuff, and you're crying and begging for liberals to do something about this. It's like that's not the fucking point, you idiots. Like, it's pointing out that you people, fundamentally speaking, do not actually believe in the tenets of fucking liberalism. A belief in international law, in institutions, and also freedom and liberty for people to be able to travel. You don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. Because Enlightenment liberals believed in open borders, believe it or not. Only for men, of course. But they believed in that shit. But none of these fucking neoliberals, who are just conservatives, again, illiberals, conservatives, they don't actually give a shit about the tenets of fucking liberalism whatsoever. They are actually okay with fascistic actions being taken on leftists because they see them as in reality being liberal, when in reality, socialists are just a form, it's the evolved form of fucking liberalism. It is going beyond liberalism. It is the next step forward in terms of progression. But none of these people care about that because they're stupid.
Administrations in both the UK and the United States of America, regardless of like their supposed ideological differences, are absolutely moving as a uniparty, and things are going to get even worse from here on out. Yes, I was supposed to fly to the UK Tuesday. I was supposed to fly to the United Kingdom on Tuesday. I was supposed to speak at the Oxford Union alongside Cenk. I was supposed to speak at South by Southwest and also do another interview with Yanis Varoufakis. But Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hasan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks, and they did, because Israel advocacy organizations have unbelievable amounts of power over what even the United Kingdom has to say and do. Yeah, if you're an avowed anti-Zionist, you're...
Listen, and there's a reason why people are saying that this is being done at the behest of Israel, because again, these are pro-Israeli groups. Their Times of Israel is conflating, again, pro-Israel with Jewish people, yet again, very, very constant. And it's just like, dog... That's dangerous. That is incredibly anti-Semitic of you to do yourself. But then again, Israel doesn't care about any of that stuff because that's literally the point.
Your travel will be restricted. It's totally ridiculous, dude. And no, this is not an opportunity for you guys to say go to France or go to other countries, okay? It's very, very shitty. I genuinely did not think this would happen. I'll be honest. You have enough clout now to set the narrative if they turn you away. The UK arresting its elderly for protesting and supporting genocide wasn't enough for Keir Starmer. Now the pro-genocide Labour Party is denying entry to anti-genocide tours. If anything, you should fly out and make it a major news event. What are you talking about, bro?
That's not going to do anything.
They won't put me on a flight if I don't have a visa. You don't know what you're talking about. If the Labour government is actively denying a visa that they already issued to me, because we got the visa, and they revoked it, you can't get on a flight. It's not how that works. You can't just, like, fly. I've been banned from the UK. I tried to get a flight. I tried to get on a flight from London to attend South by Southwest London, give a speech at Oxford. I've been banned for criticizing Israel. Are we free anymore? This is oppression of Western citizens by our own governments on behalf of a different country. Yeah, that's when I
It's true.
well. They wouldn't let Cenk on the flight. At least they didn't let him fly into the country and then deport him. If you can't address Oxford Union in person, can you not interact via Zoom? No, it's not the same. And I don't know what these guys are going to do anyway. Rima Hassan was refused a visa to Canada 2 months ago. Yeah, well, Canada is different because I'm an American citizen. I'm not French. So, I mean, they might do this now that the Commonwealth has established the precedent. This could also potentially limit my travels to Australia, which I was planning to go to. Weren't you let in already once under Starmer? Yes.
That is potentially true as well, because all the other Commonwealth countries would be like, "Oh, governor, you're anti-Zionist. We don't like that very much." Yes, that's right. That's right. Again, they're all doing this at the behest of a pariah state, which is flailing and floundering about, that everybody fucking despises. Nobody likes Israel. I'm going to say this again. It bears reiterating. Everybody hates this incredibly fascistic, illiberal fucking state. So all these liberals that are quote-unquote defending them. I mean, Trump defending Israel makes perfect sense because they are fascists, like Israel, right? So Trump defending them makes perfect sense. But the liberals, these liberals who defend this illiberal state, doesn't make any fucking sense. And I know I confused a bunch of liberals before by saying that Israel should be a litmus test to test people's belief within liberalism. I think it's a perfect litmus test in reality because Israel has made it extremely fucking clear that they do not give a fuck about the tenets that liberals are supposed to care about. They do not care about international law. They do not care about institutions. They could give less of a flying fuck about any of that stuff.
I've been to the UK on numerous occasions, and all of the stuff that they're complaining about, I said and freely entered the country. Like, all the stuff I said prior, the things that they're, like, complaining about were things that I had said already, and they didn't have any issues with my travel into the UK. So, yeah, we've had warnings. It's just time now. Everything else has been 0 to 100. This is what we've learned. We cannot be shocked when history has been playing in front of us in lockstep. As a nation, we've been quiet and idle, which allows it. Yeah, this is straight up fascism. Israel is a fascist country, and it gets to enforce its bidding upon other countries, and in an effort to abide by the wishes of a foreign country like Israel, the Western liberal democracies that are supposed to protect and preserve speech, even if they don't have a First Amendment like we do here in the United States of America, they're supposed to have reason, like good reason. This is not one of them. This is not one of them.
Nope.
Being critical of Israel while effectively combating anti-Semitism is not a good enough reason to bar someone entry into the country. Ironically enough, one of my famous speeches that I delivered was at Oxford Union, which is what I was supposed to attend, once again, where I warned the Western governments, and I warned those who were worried about anti-Semitism, that this dangerous association between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, this conflation between Judaism and Zionism, was going to create an environment where anti-Semitism would manifest.
I've said this as well. Crazy.
Well, yeah, I'm pissed too. I really was excited to go to the UK. Like I said, I was linking up with Zach Polanski, Jeremy Corbyn, Giannis Varoufakis. I was doing something at South by Southwest. I was going to be there for almost 7 days, dude. We had a week's worth of events and things to do lined up.
So much content.
Remember the media attack against the free press? Oh, 100%. Left-wing YouTube pundit Cenk, we were banned from entering.
I mean, technically speaking, yeah, he is a member of the fucking press, right? Daho, he's a live streamer. How can you really say that he's a member of the press? Okay, are we saying like the same thing about like Tim Pool with his like live streaming a fucking Wall Street or whatever the fuck, and he wasn't a journalist then? Okay, bro, like nice meme.
Turkish American book to appear at South by Southwest London to travel. Authorization revoked by Shabana Mahmoud after concern over comments about Israel and grooming gangs. About grooming gangs?
The fuck are the grooming gangs?
I'm surprised that they went after Cenk too. It's very obvious that it's like it's not even just the fact that it's not just me, dude. I can't believe it. I cannot believe how much motion Israel has over other countries. Like what the. Meanwhile, speaking of motion,
I mean, the UK is essentially like completely and utterly cucked. Like they're a fucking destroyed country because of all the austerity that happened within that fucking like decrepit shithole. Like I've said this before and I'll say it again. The UK is essentially just London in a fucking trench coat.
Israel has over other countries. We were just talking about Connie Chen. Obviously, Israel is subverting American democracy once again. Bezalel Smotrich is in the United States of America. Let's take a look. Israel Day Parade in New York City with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Far right.
Yeah, we'll talk about this at another fucking time. But yeah, Bezalel Smotrich joined the Israel Day Parade, right? which all these fucking Zionists complained that Zoran Mamdani was not attending because he said that, yeah, Israel's committing a genocide, and that's kind of bad within Palestine, and I think that's bad. And all these Zionists, because again, it's not just like, they can't just take an inch, because if you take, like, you let these motherfuckers have an inch, they will take a mile. You can't give them anything, right? Because the arguments are clear, and the American people have seen that it is rather clear that these motherfuckers are just wrong. They're just inaccurate. They're liars. They're full of it, right? And nobody's fucking buying what Israel is selling anymore. It's not working. They've lost at least 2 generations. It's over for them. And what are they going to do instead? Desperately flail about, and just try to censor literally anyone who tries to get in their way. That's literally all they can do now. Also, Bezalel Smotrich has a ICC warrant on him, so he should be arrested for crimes against humanity. But that's not going to happen in the U.S.
Right, Israeli finance minister Bezalel Smotrich and other far-right Israeli lawmakers and American politicians marched on Fifth Avenue. New York City Mayor Zohar Mamdani decided to skip the event. Look at this. They're flexing on him. David Taylor demanded Niqab be banned from Glastonbury for criticizing Israel, demanded Bob Villem be banned from Glastonbury for criticizing Israel, and is now demanding Hasan Piker be barred from entering the country for, yes, you guessed it, criticizing Israel. That's a Labour guy, by the way. That's a
Labour guy, by the way.
Government that banned me. I've literally been to the UK. So ridiculous. Liberal democracy is dead. It was already dying.
Yep.
Due to how aggressive the contradictions were becoming, how apparent they were becoming, but Israel killed it. Israel is the final blow, straight up. I appreciate Smotrich comparing the parade to Jerusalem Day flag march. The two are interconnected after all. One is an annual Christmas.
Yep. I mean, it is Israel. Israel is the final straw that broke the camel's back of liberal fucking democracy. Like, because it's just too blatant. It's too obvious. Like, it's falling apart. Like, none of these people actually care about fucking liberalism. It's obvious. But here, obviously, the detractors are very, very happy about this. I guess there was supposed to be a debate between Hasan and Michael Knowles, but Michael Knowles obviously is celebrating this. He has no problem about this whatsoever. I mean, he got dog walked by Kyle Kulinski, calling him a cuck constantly, because he is a fucking cuck, because he has no principles. But I wouldn't expect anything less from Michael Knowles, who unironically filmed a gay film in university, and now he's a conservative nitwit. Who would have fucking thought? But more specifically, we're going to be focusing on this fucking dumbass over here. Destiny, Destiny's Destiny. Who, would you guess it, does the standard fucking thing that Destiny does all the time. Focus on incredibly fucking pedantic points that overall don't matter. First, pay attention to the language that he's using. Labour government has revoked our visas. The interests of Israel have taken the higher priority. Administrations of both the UK and the United States are absolutely moving as a uniparty, straight up fascism. Western liberal democracies are supposed to protect free speech. This is true. Yeah, I mean, this is true. They are supposed to protect speech because it's how liberalism has been essentially created, but whatever. Destiny doesn't actually believe in liberalism. He isn't a liberal. He also took a propaganda trip within Israel. Yeah, of course. Second, understand... Wait, what was the point then here, to be honest? Like, what, is this supposed to be like a contradictions of language or something? Like, yeah. Okay. Cool. Wait, like, what, like, hold on. Like, this is your first point, and you just said a bunch of quotes. Okay, bro. Nice meme. Second, understand Hasan was never refuted a visa. His ETA, electronic travel authorization, was revoked. He said that in the video. Also, does that matter? What's the distinction here? He can reapply for a visa, but what's the likelihood he's going to get approved for that visa? Probably pretty fucking low, Destiny. So what's the point of bringing this up? It's nonsense. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Which is the equivalent to the visa exemption or visa waiver, similar to the ESTA visa waiver available when traveling to America. At the end of his rejection, he was invited to apply for an actual visa, but he chooses not to do so. Yeah, because, like, brother, he's probably going to get rejected, considering the fact that the ETA was also revoked by the Labour government. So the likelihood that he's going to get a visa, probably pretty fucking low. Considering the fact that they think he's not conducive to the public good of the UK for some reason, but whatever. These foreign collaborators just paid actors like Hasan. Buddy, you took a fucking propaganda trip to Israel. And Hasan is a foreign collaborator? Oh, he's saying this because of the China trip. Wait, did the CCP pay Hasan to go to China? Is there any proof of this? Wait, what's the proof of this? It's very stupid. Constantly fixated on issues without offering real solutions. Israel-Palestine, they have zero realistic solutions. Wait. Okay, what's your fucking realistic solution? The two-state solution? Which has already fallen apart. Great, fantastic. The ceasefire that's currently going on? There is no ceasefire. Like, what solutions do you have to offer, Destiny? There are unironic, like, clips of you talking about, I think on a panel while you were playing Satisfactory, saying like, yeah, the Palestinians are basically fucked, there's nothing they can do, they should just fucking leave. Unironically saying like they should just be ethnically cleansed or something. It's like, okay, bro, like, nice meme. So, is that your fucking solution to the problem? Just have Palestinians living in Gaza and the West Bank be ethnically cleansed by the Israelis? But okay, bro, nice meme. Routinely lump together all political parties to a single entity to be attacked from the left with his fellow Marxists. I mean, what they're doing is explicitly fucking fascistic. What? That's not like a lumping together, that's what he was doing, but whatever. The pedantry from Destiny? Would have thought. Every talking point he gives is designed to maximize hostility towards the West and Western governments, especially aspects of those governments that are hostile towards anti-American interests. Pay attention to his language going forward. Will routinely follow along these lines. It's not by chance or mistake. Okay, so Destiny, I know that you're not very intelligent. You pretend to be intelligent by engaging in a bunch of pedantry and talking really fast while reading a bunch of fucking Wikipedia articles. These Western liberal governments, as Hasan even outlined himself in his fucking video, are doing the doing this at the behest of Israel, an illiberal democracy within the Middle East, a fascistic, genocidal, fucking rogue ethno-state that is essentially bombing a bunch of people and flagrantly violating international law over and over and over again. This is not a dispute. Everyone fucking agrees with this. Human rights organizations fucking agree with us, that what Israel is doing in terms of their actions within the West Bank in fucking Gaza is genocidal. Duh, obviously. Even groups within Israel fucking agree with this distinction. Period, end of story. So, ostensible Western liberal governments, like that of the Labour Party, which fashions themselves as quote-unquote liberal, doing something at the behest of an obvious illiberal entity is a contradiction, Destiny. And that's what Hasan is pointing out there. Destiny. So, that's why, like you yourself, who is also an illiberal, you do not believe in the tenets of fucking liberalism, it should be fairly obvious that what the United Kingdom and the United States and all these other fucking Western democracies are doing at the behest of this rogue, genocidal fucking terror state in Israel, what they are doing is obviously fascistic in nature and fucking illiberal. That's the fucking issue that's being pointed out here. The main issues are the fact that liberal democracies, which are ostensibly supposed to be Western liberal states, are doing everything for the behest of an illiberal one, a fascist one, which is a contradiction. But you don't give a fuck about any of that stuff, because in reality, you're okay with it because you're a spite-driven little freak. But what else is there to really say? It should really go without saying that banning someone for the fact that they are criticizing a state, which is obviously only going to further endanger the people that they are supposed to quote-unquote protect, is obviously bad. Israel is not interested in protecting Jewish people. They don't give a fuck about that stuff, okay? It has always been about the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and conquering the land for themselves, and then further going out for the greater Israel project in order to get whatever like dumbass interpretation of the Torah or the Bible that they have in order to build their fucking empire for themselves. That is the point of the actions of Zionism. Theodor Herzl has made it very, very clear himself that it's supposed to be colonial in nature and that it's supposed to inherently be nationalistic. Period. End of story. It is obviously fucking fascist. The actions that are obviously being taken here are fascist, and they are losing right now. But for whatever reason, dumbasses like Michael Knowles, a closeted gay man, and Destiny, a freakazoid weirdo, a complete fucking just troglodyte, are okay with these actions because they themselves are in the same camp. And that is the camp of the fucking fascists. Again, to be anti-genocide is to be pro-fucking genocide. And Destiny, and obviously Michael Knowles, have no problem with the actions of Israel within Gaza and the fucking West Bank, and they have made it very, 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 very fucking clear with their dumb, idiotic fucking criticisms. So yes, it is fairly obvious what the intention of this always has been. It is about preventing voices who are critical of Israel, and guess what? A lot of people are fucking critical of Israel across the world, from being able to say their opinion. It's essentially like the 1984, like fucking Newspeak. Shut up. Just accept the fact that Israel is doing a bunch of fuck shit within the Middle East, making everything worse for the lives of the millions of people there, and making lives for themselves also worse as well, and endangering the lives of all their citizens. For what purpose exactly? Oh, to do their ethnic cleansing campaign of Palestinians within the West Bank and fucking Gaza. To do their dumbass fucking, like, I don't know, idiotic interpretation of the greater Israel project in order to conquer more territory for themselves. It's always been colonial in nature, and guess what? Because of how much leeway Israel has been given by the United States of America, they are essentially just acting out in a rogue fucking way in order to be able to just continue trying to get away with as much as they can before the internal contradictions of it all inherently collapse in on itself, right? That's literally all there is to it. And guess what? Destiny could give less of a flying fuck about that. Same with Michael Knowles and all the other dumb idiot fucking detractors who in reality hate liberalism themselves. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Oh my god, guys, but we have to love Israel. Who are we rating up to today? Oh. All right, let's rate out to Neuro Detergent. Let's do that. Alright, dorks. Radio messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by remaining Jesus. The Transstride with the Daho Raid Butts, how we if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho Raid Butts, how we show appreciation. Those are any case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. We'll be doing more of the same, yapping about a bunch more Poplitics and playing our factoring of our Oreos and whatnot. And you gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.